New York for like 40 years now. And we
40 years?
yeah, really, it's just like, people got jobs and then I just stayed with the band. Well,
that's all right.
After Super Bowl 2021, we lost our longtime drummer. He died unexpectedly in Sudan. And so first asked him, how did you win the Super Bowl? What did you think about the Super Bowl? But, him and I, we always talk about, football teams afterwards. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's, I didn't have a chance to talk to him because, we passed away that day after. And I got off the phone talking to a friend about it, and I thought, wow, it'd be nice to find out what he thought about it. And I hear this crash noise in the kitchen. I go out there, and there's this object on the floor that should be there, and I'm kind of startled with things back for just the front end of the bridge thing. I brought it towards me. There's a big letters was written out Brady. And my girlfriend had two Brady Collins. And these two pieces of artwork were hanging there for like 7-8 years undisturbed. And all of a sudden, it's like they're in front of me.
That was your drummer's name, Brady?
His name is Brady.
Okay.
So, I mean, he put it to the Super Bowl, it's concrete. So
right.
I called up Bruce Housing. I called Housing at this point. I said, hey, Bruce, just whatever, relax. Just tell me, what did Jeff think about the Super Bowl? He goes, remember that one? We had pizza and chicken wings and had like a 12-pack of beer and 4,000 of this beer to the refrigerator. But, I could adamantly tell you, he did not want Brady. He was like, oh, no, not that. Oh, Brady, no, Brady. Now, why is that Elton ran 6.5 feet away from where undisturbed was heavily needed? I think that was like a message. And what I took away from it, if you give it some thought, is on the other side, everything is known. Because not only, this is connecting the dots, but connecting the dots, and if it was his spirit not even over, he didn't know that great. Not that. So
there you go. Yeah, they're working on the other side. They have to work with what they have on this side, and that's why, you're looking around and saying, well, how can I send a message that'll make sense so he'll know it's from me? Well, he's looking around the house, and there he sees, oh, Brady, I can work with that, because...
Yeah, but it was like on the back of the painting, on the back of the artwork, written Brady.
Right. Oh, it's a wild story. That is a wild story. All in Buffalo. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to try to squeeze in one quickly. Marlo is in Tennessee. Marlo from the Volunteer Statement. Welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Thank you, Richard, for taking my call.
My pleasure.
I listen to you all the time, Richard. You're real good at what you do.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, you be talking about new music. I got a new song out. My name is Marlo the Deer, and my song is Understand.
Understand.
It's on YouTube, yeah, and I sent it, to you all, but I never did hear it play. So it's on video and it's a song.
Oh, okay. It's called Understanding. Marlo, what's your last name?
Lanier, Lanier.
All right. I'm making a note of it. I'm going to look it up, okay?
Yeah, the guy used to produce music a while ago. You talk to him. That's what I'm trying to find me, a good agent and a good, promotion person. So, I'm trying to get the music out there pretty good.
How do you describe your style? What do you play? What kind of music?
If you see that video, I'm singing and I'm playing my saxophone. It's a video with a pop right up all over the damn video. Understand it on YouTube.
Is it blues? Is it R&B?
It's pop, soul, it's all that mixed together.
All right. Well, I'm going to have a listen.
Down or something, of the movie, score or something like that. You can use this pop and soul all mixed together. I'm saying playing with saxophone.
That's hard to do. Singing and playing. Well, you can't do it at the same time.
Playing with saxophone over here. But I believe if I get it out there, I believe it get heard. I believe people will enjoy it.
All right. Well, I'm going to check it out, Marlo. Thank you so much. You have a great night. We'll talk again soon, I hope. I think we're done here. Yes, we are. For George Norrie, George Knapp, Connie Willis, Lisa Garr, Lisa Lyons, Stephanie Smith, Tom Danheiser, Dan Galante, Donna Walker, Chris Burrows, Sean Ladisor, Tim Banal. I'm Richard Sarrett. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until tonight, when we try and save the bees. So off now.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number Smart Sleepers report better sleep. And now, Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
If there's news, things shift. If they stay the same, things change for better or worse. Regardless of what's happening, you're going to hear about it. It's what we do.
KFI.
And KLST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Kicked out of school. I'm Brian Berman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 5 students have been expelled from Beverly Vista Middle School for creating fake nude photos of their classmates.
The 8th graders were kicked out of the school for allegedly using artificial intelligence to hack the faces of 16 students to photos of nude bodies and then spreading those photos across campus. Criminal defense attorney David Morsari says the California Education Code considers this behavior unlawful.
The California Education Code is clear that all pupils have the right to participate fully in the education process, free from discrimination and harassment.
The photos were reported to the school last month, and officials said consequences would be severe. The district voted to expel the students Wednesday and said accountability was essential. Chris Atkin, KFI News.
Environmentalists have renewed calls for all ocean oil platforms to be removed after another oil spill off the coast of Huntington Beach. Center for Biological Diversity's Brady Bradshaw says the 2.5-mile spill was first reported Thursday night near a 25,000-gallon spill from 2021.
A report from the federal government shows much of the offshore infrastructure is way behind its decommissioning schedule, and we really need to crack down and force these companies to clean up their mess and get out of the ocean.
The Coast Guard says an oil response team has been hired to collect offshore oil and try to identify a source. The Coast Guard also says no oiled wildlife has been observed at this time. Officials in Texas say the recent fires across the state were caused by a downed power line. Texas A&M Forest Service released a report saying an old power pole broke and wires fell onto the ground that then ignited the Smokehouse Creek fire. It's grown to be the largest fire in the state's history, burning over 1 million acres since it started last month. Several lawsuits have already been filed against utility companies claiming they failed to properly inspect, maintain, and replace the power pole. And from fire to snow, scientists have linked California's recent snowfall to climate change. Dr. Andrew Jones with Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory says a cold mass of air that moved down from the Bering Strait picked up heat and moisture as it traveled across the Pacific Ocean. He says the higher temperatures in the ocean and air allowed the atmosphere to hold more water, which caused heavier snow. Jones says the warmer weather means the snow might also melt faster than usual. More than 1.1 million ballots from LA County's primary election have been counted, but there are hundreds of thousands to go.
California Secretary of State Shirley Weber says ballot counting will continue for up to 30 days after the election. In LA County, around 450,000 ballots remain uncounted, almost entirely from voters who use the mail-in option. Another 10,000 uncounted ballots are from conditional voter registration. The county has until April 5th to report the final results. The public can watch the counting process at lavote.gov. Michael Monks, KFI News.
More than 27 million people watched President Biden's State of the Union address Thursday. Fox News had the largest audience with nearly 6 million viewers. ABC averaged just over 5 million, while NBC, CBS, and MSNBC all raked in around 4 million. The total is about the same as those who watched Biden's State of the Union last year. The general election is only a few months off, but a total solar eclipse is just under 1 month away.
And there will be spots along a stretch of the U.S. that will be in total darkness. Alex Young is a heliophysicist with NASA and says he's looking forward to studying the sun for just about 4.5 minutes during the blackout.
During that short period of time, we were able to see the sun in visible light. This is the light that you and I see with our own eyes. Only then can we do that during a total solar eclipse. We can't even do that with a $1 billion spacecraft.
Young says, among other things, they studied the effects of solar radiation. Cities in Maine, Kentucky, Arkansas, Missouri, Texas, Oklahoma, and New York will experience a total eclipse.
You're not supposed to look directly at the event. Can you explain why? There is a narrow period of time you can look at it. That is, if you're in the path of totality, you can look at it then. And as a matter of fact, you want to look at it.
Young says if you're in any other zone, then you need eye protection. For safety tips and everything eclipse, go to nasa.gov. Steve Corrigan, KFI News.
Taking a look at KFI traffic now, we have got a crash on the 605 in Cerritos.
That's headed southbound just after the 91 that crashes. Moved over the right-hand shoulder, but still causing just a patch of traffic there. In Culver City on the 405 northbound, before the 90, there's reports of a large gray object in the middle lane. Keep your eyes peeled for that as you approach. And in South LA on the 110 northbound before Gage Avenue, there's a crash that's over on the right shoulder as well. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi, and a free Spectrum Mobile unlimited line, plus a $100 Visa Rewards card, all while saving big. For big speed, big reliability, and big savings, get Spectrum One today. Offer only available online. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Get the hydration your lips crave with the Leave-On Lip Sleeping Mask from Laneige. This mask is ultra hydrating and nourishing with berry fruit complex, shea butter, and lulu seed butter. Apply the mask in the evening and wake up to lips that feel softer and visibly smoother. See the results and meet your new nighttime bestie, the Lip Sleeping Mask from Laneige. To get the Lip Sleeping Mask from Laneige, just see Alexa at the card. That's Alexa at the card.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy, then sunny, mid-60s to low 70s at the beaches, upper 60s to mid-70s in Metro, LA, and OC, mid-60s to low 70s in the Inland Valleys, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, and upper 60s to mid-70s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 48 degrees in San Clemente, 48 in Brea, 47 in Sherman Oaks, and 47 in Pasadena. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Berman.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and most importantly, your guide to turning your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. Thanks for joining us on the program. It's always a pleasure to greet you this early on a Saturday morning. It's just a couple of minutes after 6 a.m. here in Southern California. If you're listening to us anywhere else from across the country, it's later for you. You're lucky. You're not as sleepy as we are, but I'm glad you're with us nonetheless. Whether you're listening to the local broadcast right here in SoCal or streaming us live from anywhere, or, if for you this is another episode of the House Whisperer podcast, I'm just so very glad that you are here. The gang is all here. The team has assembled. We are in place. Sam is on the board. Apparently we don't have a live studio audience today. Apparently today it's just crickets in here. Yeah. Wow, look at that. That's nice. That's nice. It's nice. I'm okay with it. Producer Richie is standing by, ready to take your calls. Nowhere near a microphone right now, of course, but Richie is ready. Those of you who will dare to call the program today. That's not a dare. Is it a dare? No. Those of you who will have the pleasure of calling the program today will also have the pleasure of speaking to Producer Richie. We'll tell you everything you need to know. We'll pop you into the queue. Then we will put our heads together, you and I, and figure out what's going on with your home. We are going to take calls as always. That's coming up in just a bit. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833, the numeral 2, ASK-DEAN. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. Anything you want to talk about regarding your home design, construction, DIY, whatever. Let's figure it out together, shall we? And you know what? You should call now. Get on the board, and that way, kind of assure your place in the queue. Brian Berman is at the news desk. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Dean.
How you doing, bud?
Good. Looking forward to a beautiful day. I have to check with Tina first, though. Make sure that that's actually the case. She's the weather expert.
She is. He is our unofficial weather expert. Is it going to be a nice day today?
It's going to be a lovely.
All right, there you go. There you go. See, Brian is relieved. Sitting across the table from me, you just heard her, our resident weather expert, also my boss and my better half, and my design partner, the co-owner and co-founder of House Whisper, and my best buddy in the universe, Tina, is here.
Welcome home.
There you go. There you are. There's your bright, shining face. Now would be an excellent time to grab yourself a warm beverage. What do you think? Shall we? Oh, yeah. I'm not just going to pour it. I'm going to sip it. Yeah, that's the good stuff. And my brother-in-law, Sean. This is a shameless plug. Old Town Roasting. OldTownRoasting.com. I gain nothing from this except to see my brother-in-law, who is an artisanal master roaster, just have his rightful place in the world of coffee.
let's get to it. Today, after a long break, actually, we broke for an all-calls weekend. We broke for the news from the International Builders Show. We are returning to our ongoing series of building your dream home, a step-by-step guide. What have we accomplished so far? So much. We've gone so far. We first started the series talking about building a profile of your property, and then what I call the pre-design phase, in which you're kind of getting together your design team and figuring that out, avoiding the 4 big pitfalls in the early stages of designing. Then we talked about becoming the captain of your design build team. Not that you have to become a designer, you do not, but you do need to step up and become the captain. Captain your team. It's agency. That's what I'm all about here in the program, giving you agency over the look and the function of your home as much as possible. And then we launched into what you need to be that captain, which is a working knowledge of design fundamentals. We've talked about sight, all the visual aspects. We've talked space and spaciousness, movement and flow. And today we take yet another step. And this is a really, really important fundamental. It's one that, strangely enough, not a lot of people zero in and think about firsthand when they start designing their home, because architecture is such a visual medium. But today, we talk about sound. Sound. Every good theater takes relentless control of sound. Think about this. Good theater takes relentless control of sound. It insulates you from the outside world. That's the very first step of a good theater, to insulate you from what's going on outside. We want to hear nothing of what's going on outside. Then it delivers to you only what it wants you to hear, right? That's theater. Lest you be taken out of the moment and distracted from the story. So good theater is the relentless control of sound, and I will leave you with this thought to chew on, my friend. Good home design is theater. So there you go. It's a syllogism. If and then. If good theater is about taking control of sound, then and good home design is theater, then we need to talk about sound design and sound control and soundproofing at your home. All right, more on this right after the break. We will dive into the deep end of the pool. I'm so glad you joined me this morning. You are home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Ruben has.
As more votes have been counted, attorney Isabel Bravo is in a 21-vote lead for second place in LA's 14th City Council District race, past Assemblyman Miguel Santiago. Kevin De Leon is still in first. Riverside County is offering a free master composting certificate training program for county residents who want to learn how to build their own composting bins. And the Islamic holy month of Ramadan will begin at the sighting of a new moon, which should be sometime tomorrow. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 60 next.
Nunca sabrás lo que se siente hasta que vengas aquí y lo vivas tú mismo en el Disneyland Resort. Porque aquí y es aún más grande, mejor. Es donde se vuelve uno. En Star Wars, Rise of the Resistance, son muchas sensaciones asombrosas a la vez. Eso es lo que se siente cuando estás en el Disneyland Resort. Y no hay mejor momento que ahora. Visita Disneyland.com para detalles importantes. Se requiere boleto y reservación por el parque.
Home decorating, it's a new thing. I'm going for mid-century with rustic chic, with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract rock. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why choose the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? And we sleep cooler. Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 93% of Sleep Number Smart Sleepers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. That's Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Parity Flex annuity. It's designed for women to meet retirement needs with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flex annuity. And it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter holds. Gainbridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more of. And retirement income you cannot live is the ultimate flex. Who's with us? Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Please visit Gainbridge.io/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Get ready for an afternoon of timeless tunes as legendary crooner Frankie Avalon takes the stage. Frankie Avalon will transport you back in time with his hit songs. Sunday, March 17th at 2 p.m. Tickets at LaMoradaTheater.com.
Love podcasts? Pull out your phone right now. Open the free iHeartRadio app and check out these podcasts. History on Trial.
30
Listen today on the iHeartRadio app. More than just the best radio, it's your favorite podcasts too. And best of all, it's absolutely free. iHeartRadio. Some Roku users aren't very happy. The company displaying a message on TV screens with new terms and conditions. The only way to opt out is to mail a letter to Roku's lawyers within 30 days. If you don't accept, you can't continue to use your device. How's that for on demand?
Rich on Tech with Rich Shapiro this morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
AM 640. We played the Sky Busy commercial, and then Sam felt the need to play this one.
The medication's name is Rizumkizumab Riza. I thought that was the password to get on the Double Dutch bus.
I'm just saying, what we just heard, no human being should have to hear at 6:20 in the morning. That's all I'm saying. That's all. All right, y'all. KFI, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. You are listening to Home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I want to hear what's going on with your home today. So coming up in just a bit, we're going to go to the phones. The lines are open now. We got room for you. Now's your chance. Give me a call. Jump into the queue. 833-2-ASK-D. 833, the number 2, ASK-D. 833-2-ASK-D. Construction issues, design issues, DIY concerns, whatever the case may be about your home, from property line to property line, from top to bottom and bottom to top. That's why I am here. We'll put our heads together. We'll figure it out. So give us a call. Talk to producer Richie. He'll pop you into the queue. He'll tell you what you need to know. And then, boom, we're off to the races. Figure it out. All right. We are continuing our series of building your dream home, a step-by-step guide. We left it for a few weeks now. We're back. And today, we are talking about one of the fundamentals of design for you as the captain of your design team to be conscious of and to hold your design team's feet to the fire on. Okay? These are just one of those areas. And again, I am going to say this again and again and again until you're sick of hearing it, but that's okay because I want it drilled into your brain. You do not have to become a designer in order to get a really beautifully designed dream home. You do, though, have to understand the fundamentals of design so that you know how to hold your design team accountable to the designs that they are giving you and providing you. Like, yeah, but what about this? What about that? What about this? That's exactly the kind of questions I want you to be asking of your designers to make sure that we are, touching all the bases as we are rounding our way toward home. Look at that baseball metaphor right there. And in bowling. Okay, so today we're talking about one of those fundamentals of design that you need to understand. That is sound. Sound is often neglected in the design process. It's something that we all know that is important to us, but it gets neglected generally in the design process, I think, just because design is such a visual medium. That's what we're thinking about. We're thinking about what we see. What does that look like? What does this look like? But here's the thing about design of sound. Noise pollution affects every single one of us every single day and night. It's a contributing factor to health, high blood pressure, anxiety, insomnia, heart disease, inflammation, impaired cognitive development in children, aggression, depression, to name but a few. It also significantly affects property values. Yeah, it does. Anytime if you've had an experience of shopping for a house or you're looking for a home, you get out of the car and you're walking through the property and you're hearing what? Is that the freeway I hear? That is tough. It is tough. Tough to get past that, right? No matter how beautiful a piece of property looks. Wow, Is this what I'm going to be living with day in and day out? Is this the experience of this house? Beautiful as it may be, yeah, sound significantly affects property values. Subconsciously, we all know how important sound control is to our health. We refer to sound more often than the other senses, actually, when you talk about rest and relaxation, right? Somebody, hear phrases that you're familiar with. I just need some peace and quiet. Usually, you don't hear somebody say, I just need some peace and darkness. No, peace and quiet. Or, you know what, when I retire, I'm going to buy a quiet little place in the country. Quiet. We refer to sound a lot when it comes to restfulness. And here's why. Sound control is so important because, unlike your eyes, you can't close your ears. You do not have the ability to simply close your ears. Now, these days, I guess you could argue from a tech perspective that, I got these noise-canceling earbuds. That is literally the first time in human history that human beings have come up with an easy, accessible device that you can just pop into your ears and simply say, I am closing my ears now, assuming that your noise-canceling earbuds are good enough quality that they do that. But in general, we don't want to be walking around with those in our ears, and in general, the truth remains. You can't close your ears. You can't divert your ears. Divert your eyes. Don't look at that thing. We can't not hear a thing that is being spoken in our presence, right? So this is why it is such an important thing. And we've got all this sound to deal with. Noisy neighbors, traffic, sound concerns that come from creating our dream rooms, like media room. There are infants in our home that not only produce noise, but also need quiet environments to rest. There are couples and roommates and life partners with offset schedules, right? Where one is up and the other's trying to sleep. There's the need to study, the need to work at home, which is a major issue now, post-COVID, in the post-COVID years. So how do we do it? How do we approach sound design for a home? Well, that's what we'll talk about right after the news. Your home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Baruman as the lead.
A portion of PCH has been dedicated to a Huntington Beach helicopter pilot who was killed in a crash. State Senator Janet Nguyen says the 14-year veteran is a hero of the community.
We want the next generation and hundreds of thousands of cars who goes by there to see this name, and then they could talk to their family. The kids would be like, hey, who is that? Let's Google that individual.
Officers close to Bella carried a wreath across the highway yesterday, followed by a helicopter flyover. Bella was a passenger when he was killed in 2022 when the helicopter unexpectedly spun out of control and dropped into the ocean. 2 United Airlines flights have had to make emergency landings. One jet skid off the taxiway while landing in Houston yesterday. Another United flight in Los Angeles, originally flying from San Francisco to Mexico City, was forced to make an emergency landing at LAX after a hydraulic failure.
We have not about 100,000 commercial airline flights over the planet every day, and we have about 32,000 over the United States. And for it to be as safe as it is, and very seldom have anything to report on, but it's really one of the more astounding achievements of mankind in the past 100 years.
Former commercial pilot John Nance says incidents like these are still rare. A delegation of LA officials in Paris to see how the city is preparing for the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. They've scheduled to tour the Olympic and Paralympic Village. That includes visiting the arena that will be used for badminton, rhythmic gymnastics, para-badminton, and para-powerlifting. The delegation, led by Mayor Bass, is also set to meet with the mayor of Paris in the suburb of Saint-Denis to discuss preparations in his city to host competing athletes. The delegation is expected to return to LA tomorrow. In California is springing forward an hour this weekend for daylight saving time. That means we lose an hour of sleep, and doctors say it can also hurt our health. Studies have found an uptick in heart attacks and strokes right after the time change because of disrupted circadian rhythm. The American Medical Association and American Academy of Sleep Medicine say it's time to get rid of the time changes and stick with one standard time year-round. Daylight saving time starts tomorrow at 2 a.m. or tonight for people who set their clocks early. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got some debris in lanes on the 105 in Hawthorne.
That's heading westbound at Prairie Avenue. looks like a dump truck is actually losing its load in lanes, so keep your eyes peeled for that hazardous material that's going to be scattered across the ground. Hopefully it's just gravel, but that can cause a really slippery situation. In Cerritos on the 605 northbound after South Street, there's a crash blocking the carpool lane there. It's seeing just a patch of slowing there. And in Culver City on the 405 northbound, just before the 90th, we've still got that large gray object blocking the middle lane. Keep your eyes peeled for that one. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
Cold and cough season is here. Introducing Ricola Max Throat Care, Ricola's most powerful drop yet. It's the best of Swiss nature, wrapped around a powerful liquid menthol center for maximum relief from your worst cough and sore throat. Maximum nature for maximum relief. Try Ricola Max now, available in the cold and cough aisle. Ricola! It's in our nature.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno en mitad de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta es Prime Prime.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code iHeart. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet for new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.DraftKings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something you can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Why choose the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number Smart Sleepers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. That's Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
And give us a call, 833-2-ASK-D. 833, the numeral 2, ASK-D. 833-2-ASK-D. Design questions, DIY concerns, construction issues, whatever the case may be, give me a call. We'll put our heads together. We'll figure it out. We're doing the phones right after the next news break. All right. Sound design for your home. We talked about all the reasons why it's important. So now, how do we do it? How do you do it? Well, there are basically 3 steps. I've already sort of hinted at what this essentially is. You basically want to treat our home like the theater that it is and take the steps that a theater takes in order to create its own sound design. Namely, 3 steps. 1, subtracting the sounds that you don't want. That's what we call soundproofing. 2, adding in the sounds that you do want to hear. Okay, that's then providing the story that you want to tell. And once that sound is in place, there's a 3rd step, which is tuning. that sound, tuning. Not tuning like an instrument per se, but getting control of it in certain rooms. Is there too much echo? Is there, what we call echo? It's not actually echo, it's reverb. But getting control of that open, reflective surface sound, quieting things down, softening things, opening things up for certain kinds of sounds, all that kind of stuff. So those are the steps. It's 3 steps. Subtract the sound you don't want, add in the sound you do, and then get it all tuned up. But before we dive into those steps, I just want you to understand a little bit more about the science of sound, because it's going to help you understand why we do what we do, especially when it comes to soundproofing. That's everybody's question. How do I soundproof my home? And if you've heard me say it before, soundproofing is a layered approach. There is no magic bullet. There's no, just add this, put this on your wall, and it's all done. Maybe one day, through the magic of science, that we will be able to paint a surface on a room, and boom, it's done and over. I highly doubt it, okay? Because sound is a true thing. It's an energy wave, right? Sound is what we call, and I say that because you don't have ears, and if you haven't evolved to actually pick up energy in this form, then sound is not relevant to you, okay? But sound is what we call the vibration of matter from an energy wave. Now, it's important to understand this. Sound requires a medium. I said it's the vibration of matter from energy that hits it, okay? That's what we pick up as sound. Sound requires a medium. It requires something to travel through. That energy wave requires something to get moved by, right? Remember that movie Alien back in the 80s, right? Its tagline was, it was terrifying. Its tagline was, in space, no one can hear you scream. And that's true. There's no sound in space. Every sci-fi picture you've ever watched with the rumbling of spaceships through outer space, there's no sound in space because all of that energy has nothing to, no matter to act on. That's why it's called space. There's nothing there. So there's no sound in space, therefore we can hear you scream. Sound requires stuff to travel through. You'd think, because we're so used to hearing sound via the air around us, that's what we're tuned up and designed to hear, you'd think that would be it, right through in air. Sound travels at about 767 miles per hour at sea level. It changes. Why does it change? Good students, A students? Yeah, that's right. The higher that you get, the different speed that sound gets as far as elevation. Why? Because less air, less matter, less stuff for sound to translate through. Yeah, there you go. So anyway, at sea level, sound travels at about 767 miles an hour. In water, sound travels almost 4.5 times faster. In the water, sound travels at 3,300 miles an hour. Whoa. In wood, sound travels at about 8,800 miles per hour. And in something like metal, like aluminum, a highly conductive material, 13,000 miles an hour. That is, through a piece of aluminum, sound waves travel 18 times faster than through the air. Okay? If you have aluminum windows on your home, old style aluminum windows, you have experienced this. In fact, that why can't I get these things to quiet down? Why do I hear everything outside so loud and intensely? Because the very nature of the material that your windows are made out of are helping the sound move faster into your home than even the open air. Even if there was nothing there at all, the sound is moving faster through the window than it is through the air if the window was open. So you understand that. Sound waves travel at various frequencies. That's what we call pitch, okay? And various amplitudes, and that's what we call volume, right? You don't have to become a sound scientist to just kind of understand that pitch and volume. If pitch is the frequency, right? And if we change the frequency, well, like this.
If we change the frequency, then your voice pitches up, and suddenly you sound adorable.
Okay, and then
there's
I don't have the pitch down. Oh, I look at that. I don't have the right button there. Hey, so that's an example of just changing frequency, right? We changed the pitch up on my voice there for a second. Some of you are like, I think you should leave it there all the time. What we're trying to control usually, okay, not so much the frequency, but the amplitude, the volume of the sound. And that's not so easy when it comes to large waves of sound, the big stuff, right? Small, high frequency sound waves are pretty easy to deflect, like a shield, bounce them off there because they're narrow. This is why, by the way, when somebody is playing that heavy bass music, right, in a car with big bass speakers, you can't hear any part of the song when they're down the block or 800 feet behind you. You can't hear any other part of the song. That's all being deflected by the windows of the car and being lost very quickly. But you can hear the of the bass because bass waves are so large they escape being deflected by small materials like the windows or the metal of the car. They just travel out through. That's why you hear them coming from a quarter mile away. Anybody understand sound just a little bit better? Now the question is, how do we stop it? That's where we'll go when we pick up this conversation next. But first, right after the news, we'll go into the phones. You're home. 8 sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Brewer has the latest.
A Coast Guard helicopter is flying over the ocean looking for more wood after an 2.5-mile-long sheen was seen off the coast of Huntington Beach. A man has been arrested for taking his 15-year-old brother to Mexico after police say the teen killed someone in a hit-and-run crash almost a year ago. And LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn has declared victory in her District 4 race. As of yesterday, she had more than 56% of the vote, meaning she wins outright and won't have a runoff in November. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 5 next.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why did you use the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Whenever I want. Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. Find a store near you. Visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, Count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Ew. Gotta get rid of this little Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times with the odorable cones.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up the odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Barkley.
First pick. Sorry, kids. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time. This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and member FDIC.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheets. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It was the night of May 5th. Joe Campos Torres stopped by the 21 Club in Houston's 2nd Ward.
On Cinco de Mayo in 1977, the city of Houston was rocked by an appalling death at the hands of the city's own police.
At the time, Houston was used to a reputation of being out of control.
Jose Campos Torres, an Army veteran, had been arrested in one of Houston's Latino bars. But instead of taking him to jail, police took him to a secluded spot on the bank of Houston's Buffalo Bayou.
Our source says the officers decided to teach Torres a lesson.
His body was found floating in the water 2 days later.
Mama, they found our boy. Mama, somebody killed our boy.
But when the officers involved were cleared, Houston exploded.
Life jackets and shields were handed out.
Oh my God. They went and burned that place down.
The arsonist wrote the name of Joe Torres on the wall.
People responded with rocks and bottles, shouting Viva Jose Campos Torres.
The community's demand for justice led to an audacious experiment. 5 young Latino officers were pulled out of their patrol cars and offered a chance to become America's first Latino homicide squad.
And he said, how would you like to go to homicide? I didn't know what a homicide was.
With little training and even fewer resources, they were tasked with solving homicides in Houston's Spanish-speaking neighborhoods and rebuilding trust. They were given 90 days to solve as many cases as they could. This is a police story, but it's not the one you've gotten used to hearing. This is the untold story of a homicide squad tasked with the impossible.
There will never be another squad like ours.
I'm Luis de la Noche from Frequency Machine and the Vox Media Podcast Network. This is Chicano Squad.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
As Paper Ghosts is back with a haunting mystery in the shadows of the Ozarks. Season 4 unravels a darkly intriguing cold case from 1989 as the community continues to search for answers about a missing girl, various suspects, and a potential connection to BTK.
It's gone from, okay, we don't think something's quite right, to there's some worry going on now because now we found something for clothing.
Listen to Paper Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like The Vinyl Experience. Just search Vinyl Experience and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
If you're tired of politicians in Southern California, how about this election cycle? We do every single thing in our power to vote individuals into office that are actually going to do more for those that they are elected to serve.
Tawala Sharp this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, welcome home. And I love it when Sam pulls out the classics. The Presidents of the United States. Peaches. Man, I haven't heard that. Well, probably since Sam played it last. Well done, my friend. Well done. All right. We are talking about sound design for your home as part of our ongoing series of designing your dream home, a step-by-step guide. We're going to get back to that conversation in a bit. But right now, it's top of the hour, so it's time to go to the phones. I was directed that we had a follow-up call from last week, so we're going to address this one and help out Mark. Mark, good to talk to you again.
Hey, Dave, thank you very much. You may recall I have a raised foundation of wood floors, and I'm installing the safe in our home. And I mentioned that, it initially, I used the figures of 1,500 pounds. It's actually 2,200, and I wanted to see if you still felt it was safe to move it around and put it up against the wall.
All right, well, you're really testing the liability issues of me giving advice on the phone for a house that I haven't seen. Here's the thing, my friend. I still think you're probably okay for a couple of reasons. You're planning on putting it up against the wall. In the middle of the floor, I might be scratching my head thinking, maybe there's something else we should do. In other words, the middle of the span of the joist, that's at its highest deflection point. But you're putting it up against the wall, which is over right next to where the joists themselves are making more direct contact with the foundation. Here is capable technically of supporting, somewhere in the area of 50,000 pounds without any issues whatsoever because of the nature of the concrete that it's made out of. Now, that doesn't mean that the ground under it is going to support that amount of weight, but if you really, really wanted to ensure you spot the place where the safe is going to go, drag 3 or 4 concrete piers underneath your crawl space, get them all leveled up, sitting on the soil right there, and then post them up to a little cross girder that's undergirding the joist, just giving it a little extra bump and boost right under where the safe is going to be. I'm not saying that that's necessary, but I'm saying if you were at all concerned about it, you could do a little bit of DIY shoring up on your that area of the room just to be extra safe and secure about it. A little bit of DIY carpentry work, or have a handyman come in and do it. It's not that big of a deal, and it's going to cost you maybe $100 in materials.
I appreciate the advice. Thank you very much.
All right, my only request is If you call back, don't call back telling me that you've upped your safe to 3,500 pounds.
Check this out.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Mark. Good luck, buddy. Mark's going to call back next week. He's going to call back the next 5 weeks. And every week he's going to come. He's like, Dean, by the way. Week 7. My safe now weighs 5,000 pounds. How is it with my floor? So I'm ready. I'm ready for you, Mark. All right. Hey, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll take some more calls. You're home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, on KFI.
Nothing gets past us. We are on it.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Stopping Ocean Oil. I'm Brian Berman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A 2.5-mile oil spill 3 miles off the coast of Huntington Beach has environmentalists calling for all ocean oil platforms to be removed.
The Coast Guard, State Fish and Wildlife Ocean Spill Prevention Teams, and the OC Sheriff's Harbor Patrol were quickly deployed to determine the potential impacts. Center for Biological Diversity's Brady Bradshaw says a lot more needs to be done other than just trying to clean up a miles-long mess.
The same tangle of pipelines and platforms produced the massive 2021 spill, and it's time for state and federal regulators to take tough, urgent action to get this decrepit infrastructure out of the ocean.
The spill was first reported Thursday night in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The LAPD has received more than 1,200 new job applications so far this year. Chief Choi says that's way up from last year.
Now, the next question is, what's causing this? We're looking into that, but I think there could be a shift in time. We have 2 months in a row of record numbers of applications.
Choi says he thinks sign-on bonuses and incentives could also be working. In February of last year, there were 600 applications. The department has a little over 8,900 sworn officers with a budgeted goal of 9,000. The LA City Council has voted to get more information from a homeless services organization.
City Council members say the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority is not open with important information and data. Councilmember Monica Rodriguez says the lack of transparency isn't acceptable, considering the amount of money the city's invested in the fight against homelessness.
It should be without question that we get the data, the metrics, the outcomes associated with the amount of money that's been invested in this effort.
The City Council voted for a professional evaluation of LASA, its contracts, processes, and services. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Knott's Berry Farm visitors will soon have one less line to wait in, leaving more time for roller coasters. The theme park announced its new grab-and-go cashierless convenience store will open in late May. It will sell Coca-Cola drinks, potato chips, ice cream, and souvenirs. Visitors will scan their credit card as they enter the shop, and a camera will watch as they select items from shelves and coolers. Shoppers will be automatically charged for whatever they've taken on their way out. Caltrans has closed a busy freeway interchange in Orange County for 57 hours.
Better known as the infamous El Toro Y, the northbound I-5 connector to the northbound 405 is closed all weekend until 5 a.m. Monday morning. Caltrans has a nifty detour set up for you. The Clippers host the Bulls downtown at the Crypt, and then later, Kings host the Dallas Stars for some hockey there. And over in Inglewood tonight, Madonna continues her celebration tour at the Kia Forum. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
Some people have been using medicine never meant for them. For the smaller dress or tucks.
Eli Lilly's new TV ad released before the Oscars is criticizing celebrities who use diabetes and weight loss drugs for cosmetic reasons.
These are not medications that are out there for vanity use. These are really meant for people that are dealing with this disease.
James Zerbios with the Obesity Action Coalition says it's time to get serious about what these medicines are for. The commercial shows people getting dressed in sequins while crews roll out a red carpet. Doctors say the misuse of Zepbound and Ozempic has created a shortage and a spike in prices for people who need the drug most. The Oscars are tomorrow. Colombian singer Carol G has made history as the first Latina singer to win Woman of the Year. She claimed the title of Billboard's Women in Music Awards yesterday. This comes after her album became the first ever Spanish album by a female artist to hit #1 on the Billboard 200. She was also the first woman to win in the Best Urban Music category at the Grammys. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got a bundle of hay on the 91 in Long Beach.
That's headed westbound just before Long Beach Boulevard. That is over the carpool lane, but keep your eyes peeled because that hay sometimes rolls around in the lanes downtown LA on the 101 southbound connector to the southbound 110, there's a cocked-out truck pulling a trailer. It's partially blocking that transition road. And in West LA on the 405 southbound off-ramp to Wilshire Boulevard, there's a crash partially blocking that exit. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
Hey, you want to look and feel your best? Then I need to tell you about LifeSource, a LifeSource whole house water system. It gives you delicious and refreshing water from every tap in your home because it filters all the water that's coming into your house. It leaves your hair shiny, it leaves your skin glowing. With a LifeSource system, there's never any regular maintenance. There's no filters to change or salt to buy. Plus, right now is a great time to get a LifeSource system. As part of their 40th anniversary, they are giving new customers a free Appapure, which is worth over $900 for the purchase of the ultimate package system. So call LifeSource for details, but the offer ends March 31st. At LifeSource, you deal directly with the manufacturer. They build, install, and stand behind every single system, and they always will. Call LifeSource today at 1-800-WATER-99 for details. That's 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. That's 1-800-WATER-99. Warranty and author restrictions apply.
Southern weather from KFI, partly cloudy, then sunny, mid-60s to low 70s at the beaches, upper 60s to mid-70s in Metro LA and OC, mid-60s to low 70s in the Inland Valleys, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, and upper 60s to mid-70s in the Inland Empire. Nice temperatures are going to continue throughout the weekend, then it'll be cloudy and cooler at the start of next week. Temperatures back up into the 70s as the week goes on, with some full sunshine back by next weekend. Right now it's 51 degrees in Irvine, 49 in Fountain Valley, 51 in Culver City, and 51 in Inglewood. Wheelie Local, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Ruben.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Sunday mornings, 9 to noon Pacific time. Thanks for joining us on the program today. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to spend Saturday morning with you here in Southern California. I don't know where it is, where you are, what it looks like, but here in Southern California, it's going to be a cool, almost spring-like day. Or I should say spring-like, almost spring day. A very spring-like day, it looks like here. Cool, but not cold weather. Blue skies. It's going to be a glorious day. Hope you've got plans to take it all in and make the most of it. We are continuing today and this weekend with our series on building your dream home, a step-by-step guide. We're in that phase now where I've been talking to you about design fundamentals, not to make you a designer, but to equip you to be the captain of your design team. Give you agency over your design team so that you can hold everybody's feet to the fire to make sure that all the fundamental elements of design, every space, every corner of your house are being fully taken into account, that all these boxes are being checked. And the only way you can do that is if you understand what those fundamentals are. Today, we're talking about sound design, both eliminating it and adding it and tuning it and so on. We're going to get back to that in just a bit. But also, as always, we are going to the phones. And since it's the top of the hour, I want to go back to your calls. Let's talk to Laura. Hey, Laura. Welcome home.
Hi, Dean. I called you before about installing hydronic radiant heating, and we're now in the design phase. And when they designed it, I noticed that all the tubes, they have it running under the cabinet, under the refrigerator, under the island. Is that necessary?
Well, is it absolutely necessary? No, but it's usually a good idea. It's just common practice, and it's not at all a worry. It's not trouble. You're not wasting tubing, essentially, by doing that. Whenever we do a brand new build, we do hydronic radiant floor tubing design over the mass of the entire floor, from wall to wall, regardless of what's going up on top of it, whether it's cabinets, closets, or what have you, appliances. And that's because radiant heat is something that you want as uniform as possible across the floors in general. It's a myth, by the way, propagated by I don't know who, nobody in the actual radiant floor building community or engineering community. It's a myth that putting that much heat under your kitchen cabinets is going to work them and cause them problems. No, not at all. Not at all in any way, shape, or form. So, generally speaking, yes, we design those floors to go underneath those existing things. Now, when I say it's not an absolute necessity, I simply mean there are some folks who aren't designing a radiant floor from the get-go, from ground zero. And let's say you're remodeling the bathroom, and in that case, you're probably not even putting in hydronic, you're probably putting in electric pads, the thin line electric radiant heat pads. In that case, they've got, do we need to run it under the tub? Do we need to run it under? Do I have to take out my vanity cabinet so that the radiant pad goes underneath? No, you don't have to do that, because you're basically adding it as a foot comfort and a general effect in the room. It doesn't cost much to do it, but you don't have to tear out half of the cabinets in the house to guarantee that it goes underneath. However, in a new construction situation, we just do it and we don't worry about it because it doesn't really make a difference. And ultimately, it's a more efficient setup to go wall to wall, regardless of the appliances or the cabinets sitting on top.
Okay, great. Now I can be the captain of the design team.
There you go, Laura! There you go! Oh, you made my morning. My heart is just skipped a beat. I guess she was just done with me. I was hoping she would say, thanks, Dean, goodbye. But anyway, Laura, thank you so much. That's what we're after. Yeah, agency. You having control over what's going on so that you know what's happening with your home. You know what? I want to take a couple of more calls. Laura made me feel so good. We're going to take at least one more call. So go nowhere. And right after the news here, we'll go back to the phones. You're home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Bergman has the news.
WWE has made a deal with Prime Hydration to make it an official drink partner of the promotion for the first time. And a new logo will be in the center of the ring. A court in New Jersey has denied an appeal from a high school team that lost the state basketball tournament game after a blown call at the end of that game. And a new Pentagon study says it's found no evidence of alien life despite decades of investigations by the government. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 5 next.
Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. You've got subs to make, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
You'll never know the feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where it becomes on Star Wars: Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort. And there's no better time than now.
eyes on the NBA. The time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Colamap, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how your Dixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about your worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why did you use the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
I make my side softer.
Then make my side firmer whenever I want. And we sleep cooler. Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, Queen Sleep Number C4 smart bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. That's Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find the store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get a piece of nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you deal healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's Let Us Do Good Village in Land O'Lakes, Florida, is a community of about 100 homes being built for the foundation's program participants. 3 families have already moved in: a Gold Star family and the family of 2 severely injured veterans who moved into new smart homes. It's a special place where together families can heal. Make the Let Us Do Good Village the first of many communities like it. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at ttt.org.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Paradise Annuity. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs, with flexible withdrawals that can help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again, a paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's the Parity Flex Annuity, and it's one more example of their commitment to create a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter holds. Cambridge believes financial flexibility and security are easy all these days. At retirement income that cannot live is the ultimate flex. Please start saving now at Cambridge.io. Please visit Cambridge.io/Parity for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
bring that place closer with customer service that puts you first. That's how we stay well ahead. Blue Shield of California.
Podcast update this week on your free iHeartRadio app. Math and Magic. Stories from the frontiers of marketing with Bob Pittman, Season 6. Join iHeartMedia Chairman and CEO as he analyzes the math and magic of marketing, sitting down with today's most gifted disruptors. Marketing School, digital marketing and online marketing tips. Actionable digital marketing lessons learned through years of being in the trenches. Office hours with Mike Stout. Mike sits down with the world's most important chief executives to answer your most pressing questions about leadership, career, and life. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Some Roku users aren't very happy. The company displaying a message on TV screens with new terms and conditions. The only way to opt out is to mail a letter to Roku's lawyers within 30 days. If you don't accept, you can't continue to use your device. How's that for on demand? Rich on 10 with Rich Jamiro this morning at 11 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
5. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, at your service. We're talking about sound design for your home. I'm going to get back to it in just a bit. I was planning on getting back to it right now, but I was having so much fun taking calls and decided, you know what, just take at least one, maybe two, if we can, more calls. So let's go back to the phone. We're going to talk to Lynn. Hey, Lynn, welcome home.
Hi, Dean. Thank you for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're very welcome. How can I help you?
Okay. I have a two-story property in Los Angeles, and it has a rear staircase that needs steps repair. It's got termite problems. What are some of the questions I would need to ask the contractors? It's not my first rodeo, but it's been a while.
Boy, that's a stinker, mate.
So is this an exterior staircase?
Yes.
Okay, so an exterior stairway leading up to the second floor of a residential property. Is this a standalone home? Is it a shared townhouse condo? Where are we at?
It's a 4-unit.
Okay. So, now, in terms of termite damage, how do we come across it? What are the symptoms? What are the things that we're seeing that we're concerned about? In other words, is this a repair? Is it a rebuild? Or are those some other questions?
It's a repair. It's been inspected and it needs to be repaired.
Okay, it's been inspected by a pest control termite inspector or
an inspector, private inspector for not the city of Los Angeles, but the what is it? Termite control, yes.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you want to be asking of the contractors? You're going to want to ask them whether this is something that is extensive enough that's going to require a permit and needs city inspection. You're going to want to ask them what their recommendations are for how extensive the repair is, because contracting is an art and a science combined together. So you're going to have different points of view, likely when it comes to what should be done with the stairs and why. And what's the right answer to that question? Well, that's not something without seeing it my eyes on and giving you my opinion that I can actually give you. But I can tell you this is why I continually harp on the idea that once you've got your scope of work kind of defined, you figured out, okay, this is what I want done on this place. And, for instance, in your case, the repair of the stairs, that's why you do the groundwork of calling out, 2, 3, sometimes even 4 different contractors to take a look at it. And you make sure that they're basically looking at the same thing, bidding sort of apples to apples. That way, 2 things happen. Number one, you get a really good sense of what the cost of this repair diagram of life, those that overlap and basically form a consensus. And that's the other thing too. You get a consensus among those who are looking at it that, you know, it should be this and this and this, and permit or no permit. And that lets you exposing it to various experts and get a sense yourself as your agency of getting a sense of like, okay, I think this is essentially, most experts agree, 4 out of 5 dentists agree that you know, I don't know who the 5th dentist is, by the way, whenever you hear that. I'm like, really? 4 out of 5, not 5 out of 5 dentists agree that sugarless gum is probably a good idea. So anyway, but that's the case, right? So that's, you want to get eyes on. You treat something like this in our home like a family member who's gone into the hospital, and if somebody's recommending amputation for a small scratch on the elbow, yeah, get a second opinion, maybe 2 or 3 before we rush them into surgery.
Well, definitely it needs to be permitted. I want the permit, and I wanted to know what type of wood I should be using.
There you go. Okay, and that's an excellent question about, now, standard framing lumber. It all depends on how exposed the staircase is, whether it stays painted or not. But yes, those are exactly the kind of questions that you want to be asking. Sounds like you got a good, handle on it. Lynn. Just be conscientious. Get those opinions. Probably, likely, the best kind of lumber to use is the species of lumber that the stairs are already made out of, in order to match them up so that they meld well together and continue to function as it goes. But that's my general advice when it comes to that. Lynn, thank you for your call. Good luck on those stairs. I'm sure you're going to get it done right. All right, we're going to squeeze one more in. Angie, welcome home.
Hi, Dean. I love your show, and I love you. You're such a nice man.
Gina would
I
agree.
just have a very simple question. I am getting comforting for my bedroom, and it's a 60% density comforting. I just need to know where on the underpad should be. My son keeps telling me it's the 8 pound, but I heard you one time that it was not necessary. And I'm also have to tell you I'm 78, and it's very dense, older people trip. I'm okay, but I have to take that into consideration.
Okay, all right. Well, really good question. And okay, so when it comes to carpet pads, they sell them in various densities, and unfortunately, they don't really refer to the densities the way they should as soft, medium, and firm. They refer to the poundage. That is how much a square foot or a square yard of this carpet pad weighs in terms of its poundage, and then you're supposed to extrapolate from that the density. I will say this: whatever the carpet store is offering, and the reason why I'm not going to just make a declaration about the 8 pound carpet pad is simply because there are some deviations in the industry that they're just, it's not all consistent. But I'll say this: whatever the carpet store is offering you in terms of padding, my recommendation is medium. Okay, not firm and not super soft. And the reasons are really, when it comes to this, as far as your comfort level on the carpet, I think medium is the best, right? It gives you the softness but decent traction. But most importantly, the wear and the tear of the carpet is attached to a backing. That backing is designed to flex, but not flex too much. So really thick, super soft carpet padding at first sounds like it could be a lovely idea, but it's causing so much deflection in the backing of the carpet every time you step on it that it starts breaking that backing down. It's like a jute kind of backing, and those fibers start to break apart if they get bent and flexed too much. So I don't like overly soft carpet pads because they cause the carpet to age prematurely. And the exact same thing happens, except for different carpet doesn't have a pad under it, or it has too firm of a pad under it. Instead of the backing breaking down, the carpet fibers themselves as you walk on them. Let's say we were to just lay carpet right onto concrete. That carpet will wear out so much faster than a carpet with a pad under it, because as you walk on it, you're crushing the carpet fibers down against this hard surface, and now we're breaking the carpet fibers apart. So an overly dense pad wears out carpet fibers prematurely. An overly soft pad wears out the carpet backing prematurely, and so I'm always about medium density pad. Everybody's happy with medium density. You get the longest life, the longest performance out of your carpet, and it's soft enough for everybody, for your feet to enjoy their time. And there you have it, my friend. Thank you for your question, Angie. Good luck with that carpet work. In no way do you sound as old as you claim to be. I think you're pulling our leg on that one. All right, y'all, when we come back, let's talk about sound design in your home. You are Dean Shark, the House Whisperer.
Fuck you!
Has the
No, that was great.
4 people from the LA area are accused of being involved in a murder scheme to kill an elderly woman in Montecito. Investigators say a woman in the group was trying to take over the elderly woman's home.
The victim of this heinous crime was Violet Evelyn Alberts. She was a vibrant, 96-year-old widow, a cherished figure.
Santa Barbara County Sheriff Bill Brown says Alberts was found smothered to death in her home in Police arrested other members of the group earlier this week. News brought to you by Pacific Coast Turbine. 5 middle schoolers have been kicked out of school in Beverly Hills for sharing fake nude photos of their classmates. Criminal defense attorney David Rosari says the California Education Code considers the behavior unlawful.
The Education Code also defines bullying of students to include bullying committed by means of an electronic act.
I guess. She did also the Alone Flora song for the Muslim National Harry Potter.
The district says the students used AI to superimpose the faces of 6th and 8th graders onto naked bodies and then shared the photos across campus. The superintendent says the students need to be held accountable. The Oscars are being handed out tomorrow with the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Jimmy Kimmel will host the Academy Award show for the 4th time.
I've seen all the movies, seen all the short movies, I've seen the short documentaries, the long documentaries. There's a lot of very long movies. They were worth it.
3 films have the most nominations this year. Killers of the Flower Moon with 10. Poor Things received 11 nods, and Oppenheimer topped the list with 13. The award show begins early this year at 4 p.m. on ABC. And a total solar eclipse will cross North America in less than a month. On April 8th, people in 15 states will be able to see the moon almost totally cover the sun, casting a shadow over it and creating the effect of a fiery ring in the sky. Some of the states in the path are Texas, Oklahoma, Illinois, Ohio, New York, and Maine. Skies will temporarily darken in the path of totality, but in other states in the U.S., viewers will be able to see a partial solar eclipse, with the moon appearing to take a bite out of the sun. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got a large big rig tire on the 60 at Rolling Heights.
That's headed eastbound right before Fullerton Road. That's an entire big rig tire in lanes, blocking the carpool lane, really. And in West LA, we've got a ladder in the middle lane on the 405 southbound just after the 10. In the City of Industry on the 60 eastbound from Crossroads Parkway to Hacienda Boulevard, there's a work zone. The 2 right lanes are going to be shut down until 9 a.m. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and candlelit bath, felt by Rainforest Sensing. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free monthly delivery on bath bombs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sports Book at DraftKings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? The Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, Clean Sleep Number C4 smart bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable baits. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
NCIS's Special Agent Leroy Gibbs is returning to screens, though not the way you might expect. CBS is giving the character the young Sheldon treatment, ordering NCIS Origins, set in the 1990s and centered on a young version of Gibbs, played for 19 seasons by NCIS executive producer Mark Harmon. Stepping into the role will be Mark's son Sean Harmon, who played a younger version of Gibbs in 7 episodes of The Mothership. The senior Harmon will narrate the series, and both father and son will be active on the production side. NCIS Origins is the 5th new series CBS has on deck for next season, followed by the Captain Bates-like reboot of Matlock, the Sherlock Holmes-inspired Watson, semi-autobiographical comedy Married with Friends, and another father-son project, Damon Wayans Sr. and Jr. sitcom Papa's House. Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
The voice of the people, for better or worse. Moist Line with John Koba, twice every Friday between 3 and 4 on KFI.
I'm alright today. You don't find a way to cross and you don't get hurt. And I'm on fire today. You don't worry to call me to work you out.
KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm sitting here listening to music and talking to Tina about Dune. We saw Dune Part 2 this last week. Oh, my Lord. Beautiful film. Stunning. One of the, I know some of you are listening thinking, I don't do science fiction. No, that's fine. I'm not trying to twist you into a genre that you're not into, but I grew up watching those films, I grew up reading Dune, read the first book. I don't know how many times I've read Dune, and then some of the other books as well. I'm not sure I've read all 5 of the originals, I don't remember. But the point being this, I've waited my whole life. It's kind of like being a Lord of the Rings fan, waiting for Peter Jackson to come along and do this right, you know. I've waited my whole life hoping that somebody would adapt that film the right way. And Denis Villeneuve, just beautiful, beautiful. I am so happy. And not only just that, but this is one of the most outstanding cinematography films ever made in the history of filming, in my opinion. And I think that's a somewhat qualified opinion as a designer and a movie lover as well. But it is, what a film. What a 2-part film series so far. And I can't wait for part 3 to come along. But we're going to be going back and seeing. All right, that had a lot to do with sound design in your home. I know, 0 things. But just sharing with you our life. Okay, let's talk about the trouble of soundproofing your home. The trouble is this. that there is no magic bullet. There's no one thing. I already mentioned that earlier in the program. So this is a layering game of getting the sounds that you want out of your, that you don't want in your home, out of your home. Because I told you already, I gave you the inside scoop, soundproofing is all about decreasing the energy of sound waves as they move through your home, because sound is essentially energy waves moving through matter. And there are different ways we do that. We want to increase the distance that that energy wave has to travel. Okay, why is that important? Well, because we all know that energy loses energy over distance, right? An energy wave eventually wears out. So the further it has to travel from where it's sourced to get to you, the less intensity, the less energy there is in the wave once it reaches your ear. So we try to increase the distance that energy waves have to travel. Then there's what's called damping. Damp, like, D-A-M-P-I-N-G, damping. We use sound absorbent materials to damp the energy, to absorb as much of that energy as possible so it doesn't make it to the other side. Then there is decoupling, okay? Decoupling means that we break bridges. There are all sorts of bridges in your home. For instance, I mentioned this before, like an aluminum window, an old style aluminum window. Part of the aluminum is exposed to the outside of the house, right? Outside where the loud sounds are. And aluminum transfers sound so amazingly fast. So that half of the aluminum window is outside, half of the aluminum window frame is facing in your house, and energy shoots right through it, okay? And therefore, boom, in comes the energy. Same with the glass, okay? So a decoupling means that we're buying materials such as windows that have what we call bridges in them, or thermal bridging. And I should say, we've addressed the bridging and we've broken the bridge. That's what it is. It's not that they have bridges in them. They intentionally do not. And what that means is, in a sound efficient and energy efficient window, because sound is just a form of energy. So this also goes true for thermal energy, heat and cooling as well. A aluminum window, a modern day 21st century energy efficient aluminum window, because I don't want to give you the impression you can't have aluminum windows on your home, but a modern day one will have decoupled the outside aluminum frame from the inside aluminum frame. In other words, they're not all the same frame. That frame has a break in between so that the energy that hits the outside goes through it, and yet it doesn't immediately transfer into the inside aluminum frame. There are actually two frames separated by some kind of medium that makes it harder for the energy to pass through. So that is what you're looking for in a soundproofing or sound reducing kind of material there. And then the other thing, when it happens, once sound has gotten in the room, we want to shut it down as quickly as possible by kind of disrupting resonance, by not having super parallel reflective surfaces back and forth, the ceiling to the floor. I know rooms are almost all squares or rectangles. The floor is parallel with the ceiling. The walls are parallel, opposite walls are parallel with each other. Therefore, we have some work to do there, right? We want to soften up those effects so that the sound doesn't just keep bouncing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and up and down and up and down and up and down. Those are the goals, okay? So the practicality of soundproofing then is reaching out to those goals. So where do we start? Well, most of us are not going to go so far as to create an increased distance for the sound to travel. What that would mean is essentially either thickening our walls or building double walls in an area with airspace in between. Now, if you're building a media room specifically for that purpose, or you're building a studio, or you want to build out part of your dream space is to build, like, I want a place where my son can wail away on his drum sets because he's a really good drummer, and we want him to, or a horn, or a musician who is playing an instrument that you can't just plug into an amplifier and send into headphones. Okay. So you may consider doing double walls in that, in which the sound has to travel through one set of sound insulating properties. Then there's an open air gap where it has to change and morph its shape, and then it has to push its way through yet another. And by giving it all that distance to travel through, we significantly reduce its energy down by the time it gets to the other side. So there is one example. Most people aren't going to do that. Okay, granted, you're like, I don't want to lose that much square footage in my house, but if it's a specialized room, it would be worth it, all right? So it really comes down to damping for most of us. And damping is about insulation density and dense materials. And when we come back, I'll talk to you about sound insulation for the inside of your house especially. Most people just completely miss this because you've been told in the past it's not necessary. Well, I'll tell you why it's not necessary and why it is necessary so that you can unweave those confusing messages. Plus, we'll talk about a couple of materials that are more commonly available to you to utilize in this situation. All of that when we return. Your home, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Roman.
A man in Vermont is pleaded guilty to a charge of negligent driving in the crash that killed actor Treat Williams. Japan says it'll put its own Osprey military planes back into service after the U.S. did the same after an investigation into the deaths of 8 U.S. service members in a crash grounding all Ospreys in December. And George Santos, who was expelled from Congress, says he's running again for a different district in New York than the one he used to represent. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 60 next.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, Queen Sleep Number C4 smart bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery if you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. It needs the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Nobody wants to outlive their life, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the parity flexible designed for those unique retirement needs with flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying even if your account balance is zero. Cambridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive as the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Cambridge.io. Visit Cambridge.io/parity flex for current rates, full call disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable Scent Beads going into your washing machine, giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get us Downy Unstoppable Bottle Shake. And now a Smith Salon. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus only protection with Downy Unstoppable Wash Scent Beads.
Some people think college sounds like this. But at Ball State, we like to think it sounds like this. Because becoming a Cardinal opens the door to the future you want to build. Our welcoming culture, passionate learning partners, and focus on innovation and collaboration allow you to chart a unique path to a bright future. Discover Ball State and see how, as Cardinals, we fly.
Today's marketers report Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, weighs in on the speed of audio production.
In this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's what I really like about it.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water?
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thing.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the Big Bargain liquid detergent. Save on Tide at Target with a Target gift card. Restrictions apply. Terms and conditions apply to gift cards. For details, go to help.target.com/help.
And I've known the folks behind Zellman's for over 30 years. I proudly stand behind this product. Go to Zellmans.com, Zellmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zellmans, Zellmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zellmans, Zellmins.com.
2024 season ticket memberships are now on sale. All memberships include exclusive access to opening day and postseason tickets. Join the passionate community of fans who share your excitement for Dodger baseball. Visit Dodgers.com/membership.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like The Vinyl Experience. Just search Vinyl Experience and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
This is Steve Gregory. I'd like you to join me for a live taping of the KFI News special, Sex, Drugs, and Social Media. It's an important look at how social media has become a gateway for kids and deadly and dangerous activity through social media platforms. To be a part of the studio audience, just register at KFIAM640.com/enter. Space is limited. It's free to attend. Go to KFIAM640.com/enter. Be a part of the live studio audience. Go to KFIAM640.com/enter. KFI, Dean Sheriff of the House Whisperer, welcome home.
Thanks for joining us on the program. So happy that you are with us this morning. It is a true privilege and a pleasure to spend Saturday mornings with you, wherever you are in this great nation of ours, but especially here in Southern California, where it's turning out to be, oh my goodness,
beautiful day. It's going to be a great day. If you are, as my buddy Kevin Smith likes to say, if you woke up this morning and found yourself above ground and breathing, it's going to be a great day. It really should be. So just get your head on straight and embrace it and enjoy the day for what it is. Make the most of it because you're alive and you're here. We are talking about sound controlling and sound designing your home, one of the critical fundamentals attached to your senses of you understanding in the design process. I have so much more to talk about in this regard, plus the last two fundamentals of texture and aroma. Actually, all of this we're covering this weekend. So more soundproofing tomorrow on tomorrow's program. Just want you to know, don't miss it from 9 to noon. We are continuing this sound design conversation. But just still, as we continue here, wrapping up today, the essential ingredients that most of you would practically consider using. Number one, at the very top of the list, is interior wall sound insulation. Now, I promised before the break I was just going to straighten this out. This is probably all I've got time to do today before we're done. The code, the building code. The building code is primarily concerned with the energy loss of your home. Therefore, in the building code, the code requirement is for insulation on the exterior shell of your home, all right? In other words, inside, even though it's divided up into rooms and hallways and all of this stuff, the inside of your home is really, for all intents and purposes, considered one conditioned space versus the outside. So insulation is only a code requirement for thermal concerns, right? Thermal heat and cold energy concerns on the exterior walls, the attic space, so on, all right? We wrap a blanket around the outside of the house. So that's why you've heard contractors say, insulating interior walls isn't necessary. Well, yeah, in terms of the technical thermal code, it's not necessary. But when you are sound designing a house, we have, to just give you an example, never in the history of our design team ever left interior walls uninsulated. Now, you don't have to use heavy thermal insulation when these days the beauty is that there is specifically designed rock wool insulation that is specific to sound dampening. Now, some people use denim insulation. I prefer rock wool because of all of its properties. And also, this stuff, thank goodness, is not rare anymore. You can find it sitting on the shelf down at the big box store, Home Depot and Lowe's. It's right up there on the racks. I'll give you one brand. There are others, but this is probably the biggest brand that's popular in the U.S., Rock Wool. Okay, wool as in W-O-O-L. Rock Wool, safe and sound, because it also has a fire-resistant quality to it. But it is interior wall insulation specifically designed to be sound dampening. If you are renovating or remodeling a part of your home, if they're going to be bare studs somewhere, if you're taking drywall off the wall, even if you're just doing one thing on one room, I always recommend before you pop that insulation back in, before you pop the drywall back in, insulate the wall. It's only going to cost you a few more bucks. And if we eventually get to the point where all of the walls of your home have interior insulation, we are really quieting things down. Right? There you go. All right, y'all. That's it for us today. We're continuing this conversation. There's so much more about sound design and soundproofing that I want you to hear. So tune in tomorrow from 9 to noon. And if you can't make it, check us out on the podcast at Home with Dean, the official House Whisperer podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found. Until then, my friends, get out there and get busy building yourself a beautiful life. We'll see you tomorrow.
Whatever happens, we have got it covered.
KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Trying to create a vacancy. I'm Brian Bruman live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
4 people have been arrested for allegedly killing an elderly woman in a murder-for-hire scheme in Montecito.
Investigators say Violet Alberts was killed so that a woman named Pauline Macareno could get control of Alberts' home. Santa Barbara County Sheriff Bill Brown says Macareno took advantage of Alberts, who ran out of money but had an expensive home in Montecito.
She needed some additional money, and she was approached by Pauline Macareno with the scheme to sell her a reverse mortgage.
Alberts was found smothered to death at her home in 2022. Arrests in the case were made from January to earlier this week. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Environmentalists have renewed calls for all ocean oil platforms to be removed after another oil spill off the coast of Huntington Beach. Center for Biological Diversity's Brady Bradshaw says the 2.5-mile spill was first reported on Thursday night near a 25,000-gallon spill from 2021.
A report from the federal government shows much of the offshore infrastructure is way behind its decommissioning schedule, and we really need to crack down and force these companies to clean up their mess and get out of the ocean.
The Coast Guard says an oil response team has been hired to collect offshore oil and try to identify a source. The Coast Guard also says no oiled wildlife has been observed so far. Officials in Texas say the recent fires across the state were caused by a downed power line. Texas A&M Forest Service released a report saying an old power pole broke and wires fell onto the ground, ignited the Smokehouse Creek fire. It's grown to be the largest fire in the state's history, burning over 1 million acres since it started last month. Several lawsuits have been filed against utility companies, claiming they failed to properly inspect, maintain, and replace that pole. LAPD Chief Choi says he's encouraged by the record number of new recruit applications.
In fact, the chief says he's never seen this many applications in such a short amount of time.
Sometimes we see a spike and a decrease, but we didn't. For February, we had almost 1,200 again. I think it was 1164.
Choi says last February there were only 600 applicants. He says he'd like to know why the sudden change in the number of applications. But he says he thinks the tide might be changing to once again favor law enforcement, and there are some pretty good sign-on incentives as well. Steve Corrigan, KFI News.
A new bill in California would make non-disclosure agreements and legislative negotiations unenforceable. Republican Assemblyman Vince Vaughn says his bill is partly in response to the state's new fast food minimum wage law, which he says was negotiated in secret. He says NDAs were used at the request of the Service Employees Union. Vaughn's bill prohibits public employees from signing NDAs in their official capacity when they're negotiating proposed laws. More than 1.1 million ballots from LA County's primary election have been counted, but there are hundreds of thousands to go.
California Secretary of State Shirley Weber says ballot counting will continue for up to 30 days after the election. In LA County, around 450,000 ballots remain uncounted, almost entirely from voters who use the mail-in option. Another 10,000 uncounted ballots are from conditional voter registration. The county has until April 5th to report the final results. The public can watch the counting process at lavote.gov. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Taking a look at KFI traffic now. We've got some road construction on the 60 in the City of Industry.
On the eastbound side of the 60, where the two right-hand lanes are shut down for repairs between Crossroads Parkway and Montana Boulevard. This will be going on for another hour. Caltrans also picking up Saturday overtime at the L405, where the 5 northbound transition to the 405 northbound closed for construction until Monday at 5 a.m. And more Caltrans to talk about on the west end, where the express lanes are undergoing Caltrans jackhammers between the 605 and Santa Anita Avenue. That project goes until 10 o'clock this morning. How about some more Caltrans in Pasadena, West 134, the right-hand lane closed between Orange Grove Boulevard and San Rafael Avenue for another hour. Keep in mind, if you plan on doing sightseeing, Hollywood Boulevard is shut down both directions between Orange Drive and Highland Avenue, of course, because of tomorrow night's Academy Award ceremonies. At the Dolby Theater, if you're in Hollywood, take Sunset Boulevard or Franklin Avenue instead of Hollywood Boulevard. That closure to last until at least Wednesday. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
Hey, LA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle. Sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024-SWEEPS-LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+ in California. Odds of winning vary by location. Void where prohibited.
Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales of every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving,
Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. We've got some cement, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron.
Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Dave Given. Be a sub above.
Fácil, Diego. Para mí, ese drama de lavando el baño con velas y los sonidos de una semana tropical de fondo. Fácil, Diego. Allá voy.
Entregas el millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
SoCal weather from KFI, partly cloudy, then sunny, mid-60s to low 70s at the beaches, upper 60s to mid-70s in Metro LA and OC, mid-60s to low 70s in the Inland Valleys, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, upper 60s to mid-70s in the Inland Empire. Temperatures are going to stay nice through the weekend, then it will be a little bit cloudy at the start of next week. Clouds will stick around through the rest of the week, but temperatures will be back up into the 70s by the weekend with full sunshine. Right now it's 53 degrees in Brea, 54 in Anaheim, 55 in England, 55 in Culver City. We be local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Berman.
And this is KFI AM West 20 here on a Saturday morning, first 3 hours of
Buenos días.
And we are starting the hour with
Good morning.
none. We have a brand new slate of open lines, which doesn't usually happen, but we're ready to go. So if you want to call in and get in line, like being first in line, kind of in line, the number is 800-520-1534. 800-520-1534, and I will answer your marginal questions with marginal legal advice, which it's free, and you overpay for it, as I've told you many, many times. Number 800-520-1534.
I read the entire thing, but that's
connected to our screener extraordinaire. Is it Richie today, Jacob? Okay, Richie will be answering phone calls. He will make it as obnoxious for you as possible. If you would like to be humiliated, say that. If you would like to be abused, tell that to Richie, because you're at the first line. If you cannot be understood at all, you are completely unintelligible. That's a good thing. And if you have, if you're any kind of institution, mental institution, certainly let us know that, and you'll be at the first line. 800-520-1534.
Which I meant more for you. Like, you know, alright, that's trying to fuck you all. I'll take that. There's going to be a lot of people.
Advice, where I, Bill Handel, tell you, insert name here, you have absolutely
looking deep one on mine here.
Now, abortion in the United States, of course, is just embarrassing. And it is such a horrific thing. It has been for many, many years. Then we had that Roe being overturned, and then you have various states coming in, really limiting abortion, in some cases making it just outright criminal, certainly for a doctor or provider. And you just had the Alabama Supreme Court.
I got the same kind of problems with
frozen embryos are human beings,
the opposite
and therefore the destruction of embryos, let's say even mistakenly destroyed embryos in an IVF lab, makes the lab, the doctor, the people involved open to wrongful death lawsuits, because frozen embryos are people, and then the legislature immediately a few weeks later said, no, they're not. So, I mean, it's just rife with all kinds of dissension, discussion, argument in the United States, state by state. Federal government will no longer be involved because of the overturning of Roe. So let me tell you what happens in France. France has never had a problem with abortion, ever. And as a matter of fact, looking at what's happening around the world, what the French legislature just did is enshrined the right to abortion in its constitution. Special joint vote of the two houses of parliament, and done. Abortion far more widely accepted in France than the United States and other countries. About 80% of French people backed the fact that abortion is legal. So now it is absolute law, constitutionally provided for. Same thing in California, by the way. As you know, me being a Californian, I've been following that up in the Constitution. First of all, abortion has been
in the Constitution and provided for the Constitution under the laws of privacy, the whole privacy issue. And by the way, privacy doesn't exist in any Constitution. Very strange. But the right to privacy was instituted in the Constitution, not the federal Constitution. And now the specific words of abortion are in the California Constitution. So it runs both ways. And then you have states in which not only is abortion illegal, it is criminal. I mean, doctors can go to prison
Yo, what up, JH?
for 20 years. And under the law, Lyft drivers,
How you living, pimp?
driving a woman to an abortion clinic are liable for many years in prison by engaging in abortion.
I understand.
Awkward topic. You have to be on an app called Telegraph. I'm on there now with you.
Oh, that's tight. I've heard of it.
Portraying yourself as someone who got ripped off and money. Yeah, you're rehabbing it. Like, okay. So that sounds beautiful.
Oh, definitely.
I'll play this game, but no, I'm going to be entertained. It's not like crap.
There you go.
So this is bullshit. I got. And how was you going with it?
Well, so you don't know. Well, okay, so it's Shabbat, so I don't. You know that maybe, but that I don't don tefillin. But usually, I have a routine in the morning. I don tefillin every day for Shabbat, and then what I do is I make sure that all my streams are gone, and I have to restart a lot of them overnight because the sometimes the app crashes on me or it goes out, whatever. There are like a million reasons why it can go down. But then once I set them all up, I mean, usually it takes me a little while. But yeah, I've got I would say the efficiency mode. So essentially, I'll show you my book. Normally, Shabbat is anywhere between 4 and 6 hour service. I ain't nobody got time for that. We're gonna have to change that. It's to the fact that nobody wants to go to shul anymore. I mean, not that they ever did, but especially with today's day and age, the youth, they just find it torturous. So anyway, I've got the basic prayer structure down to about 11 and a half minutes if I need, which is like the Amida, it's Shema, Amida, and then some psalm, and then essentially a closing prayer. And then I'll do it again in the afternoon, and then before bed in the evening, just depending on the time. And then I'll have Havdalah tonight. So Shabbat has about 4 different times where I have to do something. Well, that's the Saturday, and not including the Friday night. So we have the lighting of candles, and usually, I mean, depending on my normal life, this is not what I did. I did not stream my life. So I had a job, and I had ability to have my home catered every weekend, and I had the ability to really make Shabbat nice. I mean, really nice. When I made it a holiday every week, I did, and I went over and above. I would probably spend more on what I would eat on a Friday, Saturday, than I would the other 6 days of the week. I don't have the ability to do that now, and it's depressing to me, honestly. I love Shabbat in all of its splendor, and I just can't afford to do it like that right now. Now, that isn't to say that I won't be able to do it in the future. I'm looking for positions. I hadn't been previously, and I'm a certified project management professional, if you didn't know that, Jage. So that means that I'm like an app developer, also Scrum Master, if you know what that is. So it's a lucrative position, and I'm hoping I'll land something and still be able to stream because I'm looking for remote positions, and then get back to making Shabbat what I really want to make it, which is in all its glory. I mean, so what does that mean? I mean, honestly, it's a lot of unnecessaries that you have to buy each week, but it's like 6 loaves of bread. I mean, who just has time as a single individual? What up, Kiki? To eat 6 loaves of bread? Can you eat 6 loaves of bread? Yeah. So they make small challah. They make small challah, and but so they make rolls. But basically, even still eating 6 rolls over the course of Shabbat, it's a lot of bread. And then you gotta have wine. And here's the thing that I don't like, personally. I don't like to drink alone. I don't think it's a good look. I think it's just, so I drink grape juice. So there's a certain kind of grape juice that I like. Kedem, if you're familiar with that, it's a big brand. And then, pardon me? Yeah, definitely. And I do the same at Abdallah. And honestly, of all of the I would say consistently, I mean, I do everything as best I can to the best of my ability. But Havdalah, which is the ceremony that marks the end of Shabbat and the beginning of the week, is my favorite. And most people hate it because it's like the end of Shabbat and they think it's really depressing. But to me, it's like the start of your week and you just have like hopefully really nice time, really relaxed. And also, I mean, if you're doing Shabbat right, you're not using a phone, you're not using the internet, you're not using cameras, you're not, I mean, honestly, if you're just the traditional way, you're not. Well, that's what people think, but that's, well, they won't even touch a light switch yet. No, you're absolutely right. And I was that way too. If you were to see my house in my previous house, everything was automatic when it came to timers. So I didn't have to touch anything from sundown on Friday till ever. I mean, I had everything on timers, and it was beautiful. It was like a symphony of light because I knew all of my actions. I'm telling you, I had this year, 2 years, almost 1 year, where I worked as a controller, so like an accountant for a company, and I lived, I would say, the most orthodox life of any person in Orange County. So much different than what you're seeing right now. And what do I mean by that? That means black hat, black suit, seat. Nobody in Orange County dresses like that. You'll get that in LA County, you'll get that in New York. There are 100,000 Jews in Orange County, but no one dresses like that. It's just not part of the culture. Even in it is much more secular, yes. And even on Shabbat, if somebody dresses like that, they're from out of town. They're from the East Coast. But that's how I would dress every single day in this hot black suit. And it was the best year of my life. I went to shul 666 straight days until the pandemic hit, and then everything went virtual. And it really just made me start asking questions. I mean, not that I've had it before, but I realized, well, I mean, people, to be honest with you, in my community said, you need to become a rabbi. And I wasn't really that motivated to do it. I mean, I was a certified project management professional. I'm a certified cloud practitioner. So I was more technologically driven, but I had been going to classes every single day. I hadn't missed class in 5 years. And that means at least 3 days a week I was in class. So I already had the necessary foundational knowledge to become a rabbi, and then I just needed to study under a rabbi. So my rabbi, I studied under him, of course, and then another, 2 rabbis actually, and then a third, Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer, in Israel, and that took place in 2020, between 2020 and 2021. And then, correct, yeah, it's the real deal. And I want to be a better rabbi. And what does that mean? Well, eventually, I know I'm going to be a very influential person because of the platform that I have. And as we discussed a little bit yesterday, I want to move things towards the more modernist movement. They already are, but particularly in the Orthodox world. I love the Orthodox world. I've lived in the Orthodox world for years, and I've been a member of Chabad and still consider myself Chabad. Always will. My family's Chabad. But I personally know that even in the most disciplined of Chabad households, everybody cheats. Everybody cheats. And maybe they don't consider it cheating, and they're lying to themselves using the old George Costanza. It's not a lie if you believe it, from Seinfeld, which is okay. But like, yeah, I mean, just some of the rules, like we've discussed them before, so there's no need to necessarily go into them. But like, you're lying to yourself, and especially like the big one. The big one. I mean, I go to any Israeli and they love this. Hey, you know that there's a 1 in 7 chance that today's Shabbat? And they say, what do you mean? And I say, whatever day of the week it is. It could be a Tuesday. It could be a Sunday. It could be a Friday night and then Saturday. Do you know that there's a 1 in 7 chance? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, there are 7 days in a week, right? Yeah. I'm like, well, one of them is Shabbat, right? Yeah. But which one? But even the Jewish calendar has changed majorly in multiple ways. It hasn't been perfect going back to antiquity, particularly because we lived in the diaspora. And when you're in exile, it's very difficult to maintain a calendar, particularly one that's very complicated and has many different leap years in it. And additionally, when you're away from your comrades. So you have Ashkenazim and Sephardim. Now, that isn't to say that it wasn't a general idea, and for many periods of time that we did unify a calendar, but that is more a modern invention, moving in the last 300 years. And now, you certainly can trace that to antiquity, but all calendars, there are, well, I should say, the most believing of the religious believe you can take it back, and that the world is, about 6,000 years old. Well, I mean, at this point,
That's obviously a metaphor.
wait, not obviously to some people. You and I may take it that way, but to some people it's not. So you have to open their eyes.
Allegorical, more or less.
To some extent, but not to everyone. When someone reads 6,000 years, they think 6,000 years. I understand it's allegorical. I get that. And I think you're right. But there are bigger questions here that I can really introduce to people that aren't so minute about a book that was written, it never technically closed, but over thousands of years, that doesn't have much relevance in today's society. I mean, look, I can say this to any of my Jewish brethren. None of you are living the Torah. None of you. I'm included. If you read in Leviticus, it says that you should stone the sodomizer. We all know gay people. We all know gay people. None of you have stoned any gay people. And it is plain and simple in Leviticus. It's plain and simple. Okay, so we have it plain and simple. Plainly and simply. So at this point, there's an argument to be made that we're already practicing a different religion than what's in our book. And there are a lot of differences like this. But that's a perfect one. That none of you, and here's the argument that's made. Well, you need a based in to be able to essentially take a person to trial to be able to stone them. And a Beis Din is a committee of generally 3 rabbis who are judges and hear cases. So no one, at least in the modern age, but probably in 2,000 years, has taken another person to a Beis Din to confront them regarding sodomy. So people within the community say it doesn't exist. When I can go to West Hollywood and find blocks of gay Jews who will disagree. Exactly. So basically what I want to say is I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are a lot of interesting things within Torah that we Ali, what up, baby? Ali, let me introduce you all. Ali is my friend. We met Ali through like an Omegle app, and then JH is my friend. I met him through YouTube. So basically, JH came into YouTube and was like, "Hey, dude, oh, you were here." Ali was the guy. So Ali, I was singing your song, Prince Ali, Fabulous T, Ali Ababwa, Strongest 10 Regular Men, and I saw that JH had commented on it, so I knew he was like a real person and live. And after a little while, we were able to get him in the Telegram. It was the same night. So Ali, you were part of that. Ali, what's new in your neck of the woods? Yeah, definitely. Ali, do you have any? Okay. Well, I want you to know that our thoughts are with you. And if you need us, we're here for you. We hope you feel better. Absolutely. So, JH, basically, did you hear what he said was wrong with him? That's right. I thought you said okay. So I think I can, at least with this platform, be able to have some important discussions with individuals, particularly in the realms of rationalism and right. No, definitely. And so there are. I mean, look, we've never had the ability of one rabbi. It's just or one person we can just go to as a people and ask them a question, and they can get back to us. And like basically, I can say truthfully, JH, this is how things work as a rabbi for 2,000 years. Somebody comes up to you in your shul, your congregation, whatever, asks you a question, and you know the basic questions. You know, how many hours between milk and meat within the community, whether generally 6 hours, and in the Ashkenazi community, okay, well, or about prohibitions of carrying on Shabbat, all the things, whatever, the mixture of thread, like there's all kinds of shotness is what it's known as. Like there are all kinds of minute questions that you'll get from your congregation. And you'll know the answers to like 95% of them. But then there's 5% of them that are really interesting. Like this. This is a very interesting question. JH, can you get an abortion from Judaism? Here's the answer. It depends who you ask. And I mean that. So in other religions, they have like a doctrine that says this is how everyone in the religion should act. But I really mean this. So I wasn't always very religious, but I went on I would say a more spiritual path in the last 10 years and really learned a lot of history, a lot of religion, a lot of language. Okay. And I ended up getting to be very good friends and then eventually colleagues with two rabbis, both of whom had congregations. And I was a member of both congregations. And I mean, like, even me saying that, most Jews are not member of multiple Orthodox congregations. It's just not done. But I was making good money and I wanted to help the organizations and I really liked the people there. And I spent a lot of time in multiple communities. And I want to say it was in my like second or third year. I never really brought up I would go to classes and just like learn like other people in the community. But the issue arose as we were kind of covering some aspects of Jewish law about abortion. And here's the nitty gritty. If I were in the position where I would have needed an abortion, I could have gone to one rabbi and he could have provided me with the Talmudic justification why I should be able to get an abortion, depending on the amount of time. Okay? And on the flip side, another rabbi would have said to keep the baby. Like under like every condition unless the mother's life in danger. So very pro-life act. So we had a very pro-choice, very orthodox rabbi, seemingly pro-choice from an orthodox perspective. And here's why. There are some loopholes, I call them loopholes in Talmud, that basically allow some definitions of what a baby is. And I did a lot of research on my own, actually, into the Hebrew of like basically the scion of orthodoxy of the 20th century is a man named Rabbi Moshe Feinstein. And in his writings, it's known as Igros Moshe. He writes, actually he doesn't write, somebody wrote on his behalf. And he did that for a reason, so that no one could say he made a mistake. He could say it was a transcription error. It's very similar to what Socrates did, as Plato taught Socrates. Anyway, or as Socrates taught Plato, pardon me. So there's this sentence that I found that was a game changer that basically says, there's a discussion about life water. Like, what is life water? It's like water of life. There's a discussion basically of what a human is, and basically the discussion consists of when does a baby become viable, like when does it have a soul, etc., etc. And they use some different arguments, and there's like one sentence in Igros Moshe that says basically, not in so many words, but a baby becomes a human once the soul is perhaps like more viable, and that's at the 40th day. So basically, 39 days, up to 39 days, depending on when a woman went to the mikvah, she should be able to have an abortion. And Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, he died in the late 1980s. So Roe v. Wade was 1973. So he definitely was aware of this argument, but he didn't want to just make a decision one way or another because it was such a divisive topic. So long story short, I took this information to both rabbis, and I took it to the more conservative rabbi, the more pro-life rabbi, and I had a stack of papers like this, and I didn't want it to be this way. I wanted it to be like, oh, there is one doctrine where we all follow. It is not. It depends what rabbi you ask, and that's. Pardon me? Yeah, it is. The one thing you're not supposed to do is what's called shul shop. Go from one rabbi to another and get the right decision. You're supposed to stick with the first decision that you get. But on topics like absolutely in other aspects of society, that's what you're supposed to do. Within Judaism, you don't. It's considered disrespectful. You are supposed to trust in your rabbi at the beginning or get another rabbi. Basically, you're not supposed to take the decisions of the post game that you like, of the learned people that you like. You're not supposed to pick and choose. And people do though, especially on a topic so big as abortion. So I can tell you the firsthand experience. Fortunately, I didn't, wasn't a person who needed it or something like that, but where I took this issue to both rabbis in two separate communities. These communities, please understand, were within each other. Like you could walk from one rabbi's house to another in 5 minutes, and both buildings to each other, they were on the same street. I mean, this is a really Orthodox community. And if you went into one building, you could get an abortion if you talk to the rabbi behind closed doors. And in the other, if you talk to the rabbi behind closed doors, you could not. It's fascinating to me. So anyway, I took this information to the more Orthodox of the rabbis, I shouldn't say Orthodox rabbis, but the one who was more pro-life, and explained the reasoning behind it. And I'll never forget the look on his face. This is a brilliant individual, this rabbi. He aced the SATs. He got a 1600 on the SATs. Like very few people do that. He's a very learned individual. Brilliant. A colleague of mine, love him to death. And I remember saying to him what justification was being used where in the Talmud, and I was showing it to him where this, and I didn't know this. The other rabbi kind of, I would say, wanted me to get to the bottom of this issue because it could go either way. And I remember saying what the justification was, that essentially Rabbi Moshe Feinstein says that on the 39th day, it could be considered just like life water, as opposed to the 40th day when like it's going to be considered more viable. There's something about the 40th day. Anyway, I remember the look on this rabbi's face, and he goes, that's how he's using that to justify, or he's using that to justify it. Like he was confused by it, but he knew that it was a loophole, and it kind of shocked him as well. That like he had been in communities that were basically pro-life communities his whole life, and that there was it's common to be an Orthodox rabbi who at least opens some things up to interpretation. So there are basically three major schools of thought on this issue. There's the pro-life issue, which some people take. There's the 40th, well, there are more than that. Okay, but at least from a religious standpoint, and the religious writings that I've seen of rabbis who have published on this, there's the pro-life argument, there's the 40-day argument, and then there's another argument that's more, I would say, a conservative or reform opinion that uses some aspects of Talmud. That is like 6 months. Basically, there's the idea that so you could have an abortion within the first or second trimester for whatever reason is needed. Oh, that was another thing too. We're talking an abortion for any reason, like you just don't want the baby or whatever. One rabbi would say under no conditions should that happen. I shouldn't say under no, rape and some other things probably notwithstanding. I don't know, that's a personal opinion of something like that. But what up, Squirrely? How you living, baby? Excellent. I'm just jabbering on here. What's new with you?
With me? Oh, nothing. Chartland every day.
Dog, how is Chartland?
Good. I've been making good gains, slowly growing my portfolio, and hopefully that multiplies fast.
Excellent to hear.
Not doing much, though. Just probably be more physical.
So, I hate to be like, I could sit here and talk to you all day, Jay, same as you, Squirrely, but I got some things, at least I gotta get these cameras going. So, in the meantime, we've got, tonight is UFC 299. Be here. It starts 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern, and Sugar Sean O'Malley's fighting. Oh, that's who I want to listen to. Sugar Sean O'Malley was on Joe Rogan. So if you know who this guy is, he's fighting tonight, and he's kind of he's a beast, yeah. But I would say he's like very flamboyant. I like it. Meaning like, what do I mean? He has like pink hair, and it's like a fro, and he's like just colorful, and I like it. Okay, Sugar Sean O'Malley was he on the Joe Rogan? He was, but maybe not recently. Sean O'Malley and Joe Rogan. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Dude, I love that. I listen to that all the time. Okay, nothing. Okay, so we won't listen to that, but here are his newest episodes. So I think this would be interesting. This is an interesting one. Do you guys know who Riley Gaines is? She's this swimmer who I think swam at the University of Kentucky, and I think either refused to swim against a man, or I shouldn't say a man, but like someone who was born a man and became transgender. So she's become like an activist for women, but not and she's taken a lot of flack for it. Like when I was a kid, for this woman to be taken flack for this would have been seen as ridiculous. But now she's a big target. So I learned about it from I think Twitter or something, but she should be an interesting interview. So this is episode 2115. Riley Gaines. I'm here. I just gotta work on some things with these cameras, so and like setting up these accounts. So if you need me, I'm here, baby. All right. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello.
Very nice to meet you.
Yes, and you.
You've been on a wild little journey, huh?
A journey that I certainly never expected.
Sorry, what did you say, Squirrely?
Just I'm gonna DM you real quick.
Oh, for free. All right, here we go.
Never expected, never wanted, still don't want. So yeah.
Did you ever in your wildest dreams think that you would have to be an advocate for women's sports?
For sanity.
Sanity?
No. Never did I imagine that anyone would have to be in the position that I'm in. Nevertheless, me. So, like you said, it really has been a wild, almost 2 years now. I graduated college, set to be a dentist in dental school, wanting to specialize in endodontics, which weirdly enough is root canals. So to say that this is a totally different path than I could have ever anticipated doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, that's a minor understatement.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
So, walk us through the beginnings of this for you. What was your first introduction to this insanity of biological men with gender dysphoria trying to compete with women?
So, I'll take you through my kind of timeline here.
Okay.
Started swimming when I was 4 years old, right? I come from a family of athletes. My dad was an NFL player. My mom, she played D1 softball. My oldest sister, she played softball, went to Ole Miss. My brother, he's in college playing football now. All my uncles won Super Bowls and all this stuff. So come from a family of athletes. Started swimming when I was 4. Graduated when I was 22. So, 18 years of my life I really dedicated to my sport. Impossible to put in the words, the time and the hours and the dedication and the sacrifices that it takes to compete and ultimately be successful at the highest level. But of course, I was willing to do this. I knew I had to. Right? You don't get to go to prom. You don't get to have sleepovers with your friends on Friday night because guess what? Practice at 6 a.m. on Saturday. All of that to really say it's a lifelong journey. College rolls around. Truth be told, I really could have gone anywhere that I wanted to swim. I'm absolutely biased, and the SEC is the best conference, so I knew that was for me. But went to University of Kentucky. Could not have been a better place for me. Freshman year, right, there was a lot of adjusting. There was a lot of time and hours. I thought I worked hard before. I was wrong. We were in the water 6 hours every single day, with 3 of those hours being before 8 a.m., right? So you practice from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m., go to class, come back, practice again from 1:30 to 4:30, ate your dinner, iced your shoulders, went to bed, did it all again the next day. We swam about 15,000 yards every single day, which is equivalent to like 10-ish miles. So lots of adjusting. Sophomore year, still improving though, still getting better. Sophomore year rolls around. I really started having this breakout season, started doing some pretty great things, really had finally developed like a sense of consistency, I think. And about 3 days before we were supposed to leave for our national championships, which of course, the NCAA, think about basketball, the NCAA tournament, equivalent in swimming, we were ready to go, the meet you work all year, really all your life for. About 3 days before we were supposed to leave in March of 2020, our coaches pull us out of the water, sit us down and say, look, if you live in the dorm rooms, pack your stuff up, you have to leave campus tonight. Of course, COVID had hit. I didn't really know what this meant at the time. There was still a lot of uncertainty around this. So I thought this meant we got a weekend off, we got to go home, we'd quickly return. But of course, that was not a correct assumption. Because upon going back home is Tennessee for me, right? There were no pools open. There were no gyms open, nothing like that. And so every day I swam miles aimlessly in the lake. I'd put on a wetsuit and I'd jump in the boat dock and I'd swim down by Johnny Cash's house, and I came back and I did the same route every single day. Because again, I knew that I had to if I wanted to continue this breakout season I was having my junior year my sophomore year into my junior year. Right, and the amount of snakes that I swam by and like dead catfish that are floating on top of the water that like hit you in your face while you're swimming is not pleasant. But eventually we were able to come back junior year. We had to deal with all the COVID theatrics, which I'll be the first person to say that being a college athlete, really being a college student, I would argue being a human during the time of COVID was miserable, to say the least. But especially being an athlete, right, in terms of the mask mandates and the social distancing and the contact tracing and the mandatory vaccines, which, have you ever seen a swimmer in the pool wearing a mask? You have.
Yeah, I watch videos of it.
Well, we essentially waterboarded ourselves. Isn't it?
It's so stupid.
Isn't it? So, but dealing with all the theatrics outside of all that, really, this was the year that I won my first individual SEC title. University of Kentucky won its first ever program title in school history. And ultimately, I concluded my junior year placing 7th in the country, which I was proud of, right? You're top 8, you're an All-American, it's a pretty high honor. But I knew right then and there that I placed 7th in the nation my junior year, that my senior year I had a goal of winning a national title. So that's kind of the backstory to now kind of finding out about all of this other stuff going on. senior year rolls around. About midway through my senior year, I'm right on pace to achieve my goal. I'm ranked third in the nation behind one amazing female swimmer who I knew very well because, like in most sports, your top tier athletes know of each other regardless of where you compete because you've grown up competing against each other. So I knew this girl very well, trailing her by a few 100ths, tenths of a second maybe. But the swimmer who was leading the nation by body lengths, might I add, which is a very large margin in swimming, right? A sport that's measured down to the 100th of a second. This swimmer was leading the country by multiple seconds. Was a swimmer that I had never heard of before. And this is the first time that me and my teammates became aware of a swimmer named Leah Thomas. For all we knew at the time, right, keep in mind we hadn't seen a picture of this person or else things would have been a little more clear. For all we knew at the time, this was a senior from University of Pennsylvania, which is not a school that historically produces fast swimmers. Now I would argue it's not a school that historically produces really anything good. Leading the nation by body lengths, ranging in events from the 100 freestyle, which is of course a sprint, and all of the freestyle events in between through the mile, which, if you don't know swimming, right, think about this in terms of your Olympic runners, because that's like saying your best 200-meter runner is your best marathon runner. You and I both know that that doesn't happen. They're two totally different systems. But that's what we were saying in this person. So I'm scratching my head, right? I'm talking to my coaches, my teammates. Who is this person? We had no idea. And we continued to stay in the dark until an article came out. And in this article, very briefly disclosed in a blip of a sentence, as if we were really supposed to just read right over it. It says, Leah Thomas is formerly Will Thomas and swam 3 years on the men's team at the University of Pennsylvania before deciding to switch to the women's team. And so when I read this, of course, I was shocked, naturally. But really, it was kind of like the sense of relief that I felt. Because at this point, I went to look up who Will Thomas was. Because admittedly, I was curious. Was this a lateral movement? Someone who went from ranking amongst the best of the men to now continuing to rank amongst the best of the women? Which is, of course, not what we saw, right? We saw that this was a mediocre man, and that's generous at best, ranking 462nd in the nation the year prior when competing against the men. But
this episode is brought to you by Netflix. Virgin Mary full of weed, Hitler's balls, cocaine chickens, and a priest with a shotgun. What am I talking about? The Gentleman. It's Guy Ritchie's first series ever. I'm a giant Guy Ritchie fan, and if you're a fan of movies like Snatch and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, you're going to lose your shit over his Netflix show. It follows a cast of low-down lords and ladies slumming it in Britain's criminal underworld, guns out, and pinkies up. Don't miss The Gentleman, now playing only on Netflix. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky four-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a four-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter, and you can try for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
But that's why I say I felt relieved. Because I thought that the NCAA would see this how I saw it. and how, again, my teammates saw it, how my coaches saw it, how my family saw it, how anyone with any amount of brain activity would probably comprehend this. Look, nothing hateful about it, nothing even opinionated about it. The sheer facts on the paper in front of us that this was not a lateral movement by any means. But lo and behold, the NCAA did not see it that way. They saw absolutely nothing wrong with this. And so about 3 weeks before our national championships in March of 2022, they released a statement saying that Thomas's participation in the women's category was a non-negotiable. Basically saying that, look, there was nothing that we could do. As female athletes, there was no questions that we could ask or concerns that we could raise. We were told that we had to accept this with a smile on our face. So that's kind of the lead up to that national championships and really how myself and my teammates and really the nation, the world, actually found out about Leah Thomas. And I will say, I'd heard of this happening in sports before, but I really only heard of it going the other way, right? So women, females who wanted to self-identify as men, then going to compete in the men's category, which, look, I didn't ever agree with. I never necessarily supported it, but maybe at the time I didn't see a problem with it, right? Because no one's, I guess, competition, the men's competition isn't being threatened. So, I thought it was dumb on the woman's behalf, but whatever.
Did you see this from biological women competing as men?
Actually, in the sport of swimming, again, there is a swimmer from Harvard by the name of Skylar Baylor, competed on the women's team and then decided to switch to the men's team at Harvard.
Isn't there an issue, though, with steroids? Because if you're going to compete as a man, that means you're biologically transitioning. That means you're adding exogenous hormones, which would mean that you're taking steroids.
Right.
Are you allowed to do that if you're a woman transitioning to a male?
The NCAA's policy at the time was 12 months of HRT, hormone replacement therapy, and you can compete in the category that best suits you.
Right. So with Leah Thomas, I'm sure you got into this. What were the requirements that this 12 months? Is there an analysis of testosterone levels?
It was just 12 months. That's it. That's the only standard. No threshold.
No one is actually checking to see if this person is actually taking estrogen or taking testosterone blockers or doing anything. You just have to say you're on this program for 12 months?
I believe so. Yeah, I'm not sure what the process looked like if they talked to Thomas's doctors. I don't know. But yeah, the policy that had been in place since 2010. So obviously this is a pretty old policy, 12 years at the time. That's what it stated.
So that policy's been intact for 12 years.
Correct. And now NCAA, in true cowardly fashion, is changing course, right? They don't want to be responsible. They don't want to be accountable for this. So what they're doing now is a phase-out approach of this policy and leaving it up to each specific sport governing body to make their own rules, right? So now for swimming, they would resort to looking at World Aquatics, or FINA, which is the international governing body. For soccer, they'd look at FIFA. For rowing, they'd look at U.S. rowing. They don't want a blanket policy anymore, and again, they don't want to be responsible or accountable.
So they're leaving it up to the governing bodies, and what decision have the governing bodies made?
Some have taken appropriate steps. I don't know of many sports that have been perfect, but swimming, for example, their policy now is if you've gone through male puberty, you can't compete with women, which they were really the first ones to take that bold first step in prioritizing fairness over inclusion. But the policy insinuates if you have transitioned by the age of 12, then you can compete with the women, which is not satisfactory. Even taking puberty blockers before the age of 12, there are still advantages that males possess over females. And even if they didn't, it's the women's category. It's not for men. So, and then you have other sports that have gone the total opposite way, like soccer, for example, that leave it up to, self-identification. Basically, you just compete where you feel best.
Oh, how convenient.
Isn't it? Which, at this national championships, right? This national championships where we had Leah Thomas, who is a male, a man, self-identifying as a woman. We were told we fully had to treat this person as a woman, right? This same national championships, we had another athlete who was transitioning. But this athlete is a female who was then self-identifying as a man from Yale. Izzy now goes by the name of Isaac. And we were told we fully had to treat this person as a man. Optics purposes here, to give you perspective of what this looked like from our eyes. Okay, finals of the 100 freestyle. Top 8 women in the entire nation. Air quotes women. Yeah, they don't have video. Air quotes women. Top 8 women in the entire country. And you've got a 6'4" man in a women's swimsuit with a bulge next to a woman wearing only a Speedo with nothing covering her top. Your reaction was my reaction, because I'm sitting there watching this. I'm thinking to myself, it's me. I'm the crazy one. It must be. This is the freaking Twilight Zone.
How does the audience react to this? Like when Leah Thomas gets on the block, when they're about to start a race, how does the audience react to this?
As you can imagine, right? Like, there was a lot of silence. A lot of people didn't really know what to do, what to say. There wasn't a lot of clapping. There was a lot of, like, protesters and, like, trans rights activists who were there, who were being loud, and the posters and blah, blah, blah. Lots of booing. Kelly J. Keane was there, who is a phenomenal women's rights activist out of England, and she was there, and I'll never forget, I'm standing on the pool deck, and at this point in time, like, of course, me and all my teammates and my coaches, we all knew this was wrong, but it's still, I didn't know how to talk about it, or what to say, or what outlet to go to, and I remember hearing her from the stands, and she just said something that we were all thinking, and she yelled so loud, "He's a cheater," and I was like, oh my gosh, I needed to hear that. So there was a lot of booing, as you can imagine, lots of silence.
And through this, so you have the loud trans rights protesters, and is there anyone countering that? Are there loud pro-women sports protesters?
There were, not as loud, if I'm going to be honest, not as ugly, which I think that gets a lot of media time when you have these men with beards and these big signs. That certainly catches a lot of cameras. So they were definitely there. And looking back, like I said, like being able to see them, it inspired me. It gave me courage to be willing to kind of put my name and face to it. Because I was scared at first, based on just kind of the silencing tactics that were used to keep us quiet, right? Like, we were told, you know, you'll never get a job if you speak out about this. Your employer is going to look you up and see that you're a transphobe. And you don't want that, do you? You don't want everyone to think that you're transphobic.
Or a conversation that someone actually had with you?
Yeah. We had to go to training, Joe, to learn how, again,
how to accept that you're being cheated.
A senior in college, 21 years old. They brought in an outside professional, again, air quotes, because what in the world, how can you be an outside professional who sat us down and taught us how to use she, her pronouns? Again, a senior in college, I'm like, am I really?
Taught you how? You. An actual she, her.
An actual she, her.
How do you use she, her pronouns?
We had to go through these interview questions. They'd throw a question at us. If we didn't answer their fake interview question to their standard, we had to go through it again.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Indoctrination.
Thomas's teammates, right? 16 of these girls, plus their parents at the beginning of the season, signed on to a letter expressing their discomfort in the locker room. I kid you not. The university responded back with, and I have a screenshot of their response. If you, as women, feel uncomfortable seeing male genitalia, here are some counseling resources that you should seek in an attempt to re-educate yourselves.
Re-educate yourself that that's a she-ness. It's not a penis.
That's a she-ness. Guinness penis.
So, does Leah Thompson have sex with girls?
What?
Leah Thomas.
Yeah. At the time, again, this is what I know based off of what his teammates have told me and what really has been public knowledge based off what they post and different things. At the time of that national championships, he was still dating women and active with women.
Sexually. So, obviously has testosterone.
Yes. But now, again, based off of social media, he is engaged to another man who claims to be a woman. So two men, but they call themselves lesbians. So, who knows? But yes.
But at the time. So,
yeah.
If you're on that team, you're a woman, and you have a biological male who's intact, who's having sex with women, walking around naked in the locker room with women, and if you're uncomfortable with that, you should educate yourself.
You
and
said
learn
it.
how to use she, her pronouns and accept defeat.
You said it.
To this person that's not a woman.
You said it.
And the whole idea behind Title IX was supposed to be to protect women's sports. It's supposed to be to have a place where women can compete fairly against women.
Yeah.
And because of this, you have to deal with this literal mental patient in a woman's sport dominating, and everyone's cheering.
Yes.
And everyone around it that's watching it is upset. All the parents, probably on both teams.
Of course.
All the women that are competing with this man. And the whole world's like, yay, diversity. And you must feel like you're in a fucking movie or something.
Well, I'll tell you, really what had thrusted me over the edge into no longer being willing to lie, ultimately, is he and I race in the 200 freestyle. This is the day after he swam the 500 freestyle and won a national title, beat out Olympians, beat out American record holders, right? Keep in mind, these aren't scrubs. They're the most impressive and accomplished female swimmers this world has ever seen. And again, he beat them all by body lengths. 1 second might not sound like a lot of time, but in the sport of swimming, again, measured down to the 100th of a second, 1 second is significant. He beat the entire nation of women by almost 2 full seconds. Even the time he went last year would have beat every girl in the country this past season by nearly 2 full seconds. Making him the first man to win a Division I NCAA women's title, trailblazer. But the second day of competition, the day after this, he and I raced in the 200 freestyle. So, look, we get on the blocks, dive off, swim 8 laps of freestyle, touch the wall at the end. I look up at the scoreboard, and almost impossibly enough, Joe, we had gone the exact same time, meaning, of course, we had tied, which is it's incredibly embarrassing for a 6'4" man to not even be able to beat like a 5'5" female. But again, going a minute and 40-ish seconds and not even 1/100th separated us. You can't tell me that's not divine intervention. But tied, we get out of the water, we go, you can see here, we both went 143.40. Not one of us going 143.39 or 143.41 tie. Get out of the water, go behind the awards podium. The NCAA official looks at both Thomas and myself. Thomas, who is towering over me, right, 6'4", and this official looks at both of us and says, "Great job, you two. But you tied, and we only have 1 trophy, so we're gonna give the trophy to Leah. Sorry, Riley, you don't get one." My
Jesus Christ.
Heart rate was still high, having just competed. My adrenaline was still pumping. And so the first thing that I thought ended up being the first thing that I said. And the first thought that I had was just what you had just said, right? Like, isn't this everything that Title IX was passed to prevent from happening? What do you mean you're going to give the trophy to the man in the women's 200 freestyle? I asked the question that no one dared ask all season. And I said, why? which of course, he didn't have an answer as to why. They didn't give him a script of what to say when someone asks you the dreaded question of why. And so his first excuse he came up with, he's stumbling on his words, and he's, we're actually just doing this in chronological order, he said. And so I said, okay, do you mean alphabetical? Because G comes before T. Otherwise, I literally have no idea what you're being chronological about. Right, we tied. So again, what's your rationale here? And finally, he realized that he didn't have a justification. He didn't have an answer for this. And so, and I actually appreciate his honesty. This is when his face changed. He looked sad. His voice changed. I could tell he didn't even believe what he was about to say. But this official looked at me and said, Riley, I am so sorry, but we have been advised as an organization that when photos are being taken, it's crucial that the trophy's in Leah's hands. Again, you can pose with this one, but you have to give yours back. Leah takes the trophy home. You go home empty-handed, end of story. We can eventually mail you one, is what they said. So it was like that moment when I felt guilty at that point. I felt guilty for participating in the farce. I felt guilty for even getting in the water at this point. And so it kind of hit me. I won't say I was necessarily cowering, because I didn't feel like that to me. I wasn't necessarily scared to approach the topic. I just thought someone else would. I thought a coach would say something. I thought some other swimmer. I thought someone with political power, someone within the NCAA. Quite honestly, I thought someone's dad would come down there and yank this man out of our locker rooms. But it was in that moment where we were standing on the podium, myself included. I'm standing on the podium, and we're clapping, and we're smiling, and we're cheering, and it hit me. I'm like, what in the world are we clapping for? Because, I mean, really what we're applauding is our own erasure, our own demolition. And so it was right then and there that, again, like a slap across the face, I was like, how in the world can we, as women, as female athletes, expect someone to stand up for us if we aren't even willing to stand up for us? Like, this has to come from us. So again, I knew all season the unfair competition was wrong. I knew all season that the locker room aspect was wrong. I knew that the silencing that we were facing from our universities, I knew all of that was wrong. We all did. But it wasn't until this official reduced everything that we had worked our entire lives for down to a photo op to validate the feelings and the identity of a man at the expense of our own. That's really when I decided that I couldn't continue being silent.
And so what was the first thing you did?
As you can imagine, there was a ton of reporters there, like I said, which swimming is not a sport that garners media attention. But this meet was unique because there was. And so my inbox was filled with different reporters who had been reaching out to me from all the different outlets, left-leaning, right-leaning, everything in between, who were desperately hoping to get a quote or an interview that they could take back to their editor so they could have the story. Because up until this point, remember, really no one had spoken about this, at least not with their face and their name to it. Some people anonymously, even some of his teammates had spoken anonymously at this point. And so we had been, this training that we went to previously, I mentioned, where we had to learn how to use she, her pronouns. We were also told that any media opportunity that came our way, we had to forward on to our sports information director.
This has been the case in the past?
They had never addressed this in the past because, again, swimming is just not a sport where this is ever.
So you had never been contacted by the media previously in your career?
I mean, I'd done some stuff with ESPN and you know, I broke the SEC record and all that stuff, and so that was a pretty big deal. And so there had been other stuff, but all mild, like softball kind of thing.
But there was nothing where you had to run it by other people before you were allowed to have these conversations?
Correct.
So this was the first time?
Correct. And so they told us, though, like, we'll help you coordinate.
Can I ask you, can I pause there?
Come on.
Do they have the right to do that? Is it anywhere established that they can dictate who you're allowed to communicate with in the media? Has this ever been an issue before where they can restrict your ability to communicate?
This weekend, UFC 299. DraftKings, the official fantasy partner of the UFC, has an offer that's going to get you jumping up and down. This week, new customers can play free for a share of millions in prizes with a $5 deposit. Playing is easy. Assemble a team of 6 fighters, stay under the salary cap, and sit back while your fighters tally up the points. Download the DraftKings Fantasy app right now. Use code Rogan to get a free shot at a share of millions of prizes with your first deposit. Only on DraftKings with code Rogan.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. 18 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. Minimum $5 deposit required. $1 $3 ticket rewarded and expires in 1 year. See DraftKings.com for details.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out.
Not that I know of. I will say, like, and I'll be honest here, like, my school, University of Kentucky, the athletic side of the university and of this space treated me awesome. Like, my athletic director, Mitch Barnhart at Kentucky, who's been there for 20 plus years, an incredible Christian, just an incredible stand-up guy who leads with by example. He's a wonderful human. He's always been supportive of me. Not even necessarily my stance, but supportive of me, which means a lot. And my coach, Lars Jorgensen, who had coached there for 10 years at the time, amazing and supportive of me. But a lot of the kind of silencing and submission stuff came from the academia side or the compliance side of things. So my athletic side of my university was wonderful. But yeah, the compliance side, I was even told specifically, Riley, remember, you signed a scholarship, and when you signed that scholarship, they went as far as to say you gave away your rights to speak in your own personal capacity. Remember, you represent us. Remember whose name was across your chest and across your cap, because it's not your own, it's ours.
This is specifically said?
Yeah. They said, we have already taken your stance for you.
You signed away your rights to have your opinions on something that deeply affects your life's work.
Right.
For a university that's terrified of pushback.
And understand, this is not specific to just the University of Kentucky. This is why there are so few voices really speaking out in my position, right? Like young college-age girls who have been impacted or affected by this. This is why so few are willing to take a stand. It's because it works. Look at what happened at Roanoke College in Virginia. It's the same story because it's always the same story, where this mediocre man who swims 3 years on the men's team decides his senior year he wants to join the women's team to become a record smasher. Same thing happened there. These girls, they're getting in contact with me saying, hey, this boy on the boys team wants to join the women's team, but they told me that they got to vote on if they wanted him on the team or not. And so these girls, they're talking to me, they're like, yeah, there's 17 of us on the team, and all 17 of us are going to say no. And I was like, that's great. We haven't seen really unity in this topic amongst the whole team, so that's wonderful. And so They go into their meeting where they were told they got to anonymously vote. The coach walks in, has the boy with him. He says, hey, I know I told you the vote was going to be anonymous, but it's actually going to be by show of hands, and I'm going to let the boy here give a speech before. So the boy gets up, gives his talk, and he says, hey, if you don't vote yes, I will kill myself, and it will be your fault. So as you can imagine, 13 of those 17 girls changed their vote to yes. And it's because they were told they were going to be a murderer.
And 3 of them are like, go ahead, kill yourself.
But honestly, like, think about that though. They're equating advocating for fair play and privacy in areas of undressing with having blood on your hands.
Yeah.
Same thing that Leah Thomas's school, UPenn, told those girls that if they do speak out and any harm whatsoever comes towards his way, right, whether it's through social media, through, emotional harm, physical harm, self-inflicted for that matter, they told these girls that they would solely be responsible. That would make them a potential murderer, and you don't want to be a potential murderer, do you? No, so I suggest you be kind, and I suggest you be inclusive.
God, that is so insane. It had to be like Twilight Zone.
It did. This whole process, even looking back now, and maybe at the time, like, I didn't necessarily see it for exactly what it is. Having really removed myself from the situation now, and looking back, it's like, whoa, how did they get us all to, not that I ever conformed, again, I never thought this was right, but we went along with it.
Right.
And how in the world did they manage to achieve that? And I think a lot of this truly, again, being a college athlete during the time of COVID, I think that's when they learned they could control us. Because again, our universities told us during that time, my junior year, the vaccines were mandatory. You had to get the vaccine. Me, look, at this point, I'd already had COVID, right? I had the antibodies, which I thought was the best natural immunity. I'm young, I'm healthy, I'm not anti-vax or anything like that, but I just didn't really see the point of me getting the COVID vaccine. And so I said no. I said, I'm not getting that. They said, Riley, remember, you're the team captain. You're going to be hurting your team if you don't get it. And you're supposed to be the leader, Riley. And so I really struggled with this because I didn't want to be hurting my team. Before my own personal success, I cared about how my team did, how my teammates did. And so I really struggled with this. But finally I realized, mandatory didn't actually mean law. It doesn't actually mean required. And so I stood my ground. But truthfully, I think that's the first time that I learned how to stand up for myself. And I think that incident and really the whole COVID thing helped me stand up for myself my senior year when, again, the same tactics, the same emotional blackmail and gaslighting, really, that they were using, I think it helped me my senior year too.
Well, I'm sure it helped you see the world now that you're out in a different light.
Definitely.
It's a cult. And that's really what it is. It doesn't make sense to anybody who's not in the cult. But the people in the cult, they'll use terms like when that person said, if you don't vote for me, I'm going to kill myself. They use these very sneaky terms like life-saving, gender-affirming care in regards to castrating children and putting them on hormone blockers and removing their breasts. They use this crazy term that seems like, well, it's got to be good. It's life.
Think about the message that even just the verbiage of gender-affirming care sends, whether it's to a minor or anyone for that matter.
Right.
We're telling them, especially kids, we're telling them that they're correct to feel as if they were born in the wrong body. Which, what a terrible message. We should be telling them that they're perfect, just the way God created them. That's what we should be telling these kids. But that's not the message that they're being sent.
No, it's one of the most bizarre things. And Doug.
And even even this verbiage of sex reassignment surgery. It sounds harmless, but when you say it, it's as if you're subconsciously admitting that you can, in fact, reassign your sex, which is so detrimental to the English language. And we're playing into their game when we use that verbiage, even the verbiage of biological woman.
Yeah.
I've got such a problem with, and I didn't always because, again, I thought I had to make the distinction, right? I am a biological female. Thomas is a biological male. I had to take a lot of math courses, upper level math courses in college, and so I'm sitting there one day and I'm like, if this was an algebra equation, wouldn't those words biological just like cancel each other out? Like, why are we saying that? And then it hit me. I'm like, how silly and redundant, as if I have to add that prerequisite of biological to declare I'm a biological being. That's so dumb, quite frankly. And when we say it, it's as if we're subconsciously admitting that there's an unbiological alternative to being a man or a woman or a male or a female or a girl or a boy. And there's not.
Right.
So, yeah.
Did you ever see that interview where that bike racer is talking to one of the late night hosts and they're
Veronica Ivy.
Biological women?
Come on.
And she's like, well, I am a biological human being and I am a woman. So I'm a biological woman. And the host is just like,
yep.
Like,
yeah.
Fucking cowards. You're not saying anything?
Totally.
None of that seems nuts to you?
Totally. And that's the game that's being played here, right? You give an inch, they take a mile, which is why I've really realized now, like, how powerful our language is and the words that we use. Like, I'm very particular about what I say. Like, I try and just call Thomas, but people can legally change their name and like whatever.
But that's a guy.
But I'm not calling him she. I'm not calling him her.
It's silly.
It's silly, and I won't say trans woman because again, that's admitting that this is some sort of subcategory of a woman. He's just a man.
The Thais have had it right forever. They don't pretend that they're women. They said, I'm a lady boy.
I'm a lady boy.
Yeah, and that's like okay. It's like an accepted category.
Yeah. No, exactly. Transparency. So yeah, all of that to say, to get back to the very first question, never in my short 23 years would I have imagined that it's necessary to take the steps and the actions that we're taking, to even have to define this word woman, right? But we've reached a point now where not only is it necessary, I would argue that it's urgent. We define this word. In the nearly 250-ish years we've been established as a country, we have never struggled to define this word.
Right.
Yet here in 2024, we have a sitting Supreme Court justice who can't even answer what a woman is because she claims she's not a biologist.
Right.
Well, guess what? I'm not a veterinarian, but I know what a dog is. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's a very dumb conversation.
It is. And so a big piece of what I've been working on, I've been working with Independent Women's Forum to develop and create a new piece of legislation that does just that, define the word woman, and other sex-based terms in statute. It's been passed now in 4 different states, Kansas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Nebraska, both Oklahoma and Nebraska by executive order, which in great leadership by Governor Pillen and Governor Stitt of Oklahoma. It's tracking in like 13 different states right now. So again, all that to say, it's a telltale sign of where we are as a nation when we have to do what we're doing.
Well, it's requiring a lot more pushback than most people are willing to do.
Yeah.
Because the activists on the side of promoting this nonsense are very loud, and they've made it their entire identity to get this across. And they also connect themselves to the idea of this, air quotes, progress being ubiquitous that spreads across the country, and that this is for them a sign that the world is moving in the right direction. So they're like vehemently opposed to any pushback against this. They're really aggressive.
They are.
But everyone on the side is like, this is fucking crazy. Most of those people have jobs and families and obligations, and they're fucking busy, and they do not have time to sit at a council meeting with these fucking lunatics.
12 p.m. on a Monday, right? I know.
And have them scream into microphones, you're committing trans genocide, and you're like, oh, what the fuck? What is this? What is this, and how did this get started? It's like a zombie disease that made its way across the entire country, and they were like, oh, who got bit first?
Exactly.
Can we figure out what the fuck happened here? Who's doing this? How is it possible that anyone with children, anyone who's a father who has daughters is okay with this. How is that possible? This is nonsense at the highest level. And even though it's not like close. You know, it's not like, well, I kind of see their point.
No.
It's not even remotely close. And yet it has been taken up by a giant swath of the greatest country the world has ever known. Like, that is very bizarre. What I was going to say earlier is Douglas Murray, who's the British intellectual, is a brilliant guy, and he said this. And when he started saying it years ago, he's like, whenever a civilization is in collapse, they become obsessed with gender. It becomes a thing. It was with the Greeks and the Romans. It's like, it seems to be like a symptom.
Step in the process.
Yeah, it's a thing like, oh, see those hives that you have? Oh, you're infected. Oh, you're sick. Oh, you're everyone's like changing their gender. And you got 50% of kids in some colleges are LGBTQ2QIA+. What? How is it 50%? This is a fucking mind virus. Like, what is going on here? And what Douglas has said is that you can find this throughout history.
Of course. And honestly, if you take all of the different little pieces of what we're seeing, especially as it pertains to like the cultural issues that are really plaguing this country, right? If you look at the denial of objective truth, the shift in our language, like we mentioned, the breakdown of faith. We used to be a country that proudly said, in God we trust, and one nation under God. You look at the breakdown of the nuclear family and really pitting parents and kids against each other. You look at the breakdown of our freedoms, such as the freedom of speech. You look at the propaganda that's being spread through the media. I mean, the list goes on of all of these different little things. If you put them together, it points in one direction. And that direction, not to sound conspiracist or crazy here, is truly Marxism. Right? Like you talk to someone from North Korea or China or Germany or Cuba or Brazil or Venezuela or Russia or any of these countries that have once embraced this socialist, communist, Marxist regime, and they will tell you that it's a slippery slope. And it's a slippery slope, but by the hands and feet of our own leaders, the people in the White House, we are actively being led down. And like you said, sex, the most basic of truths, the sheer essence of humanity. Hate to break it to you, myself, every single person watching and listening. You're all here for man and woman. And so being asked to deny that is as if we're being asked to deny that the sky is blue. Or being told to say 2 + 2 is 5. And if anyone has read 1984 or had a brief understanding of history, like you said, you will understand what it means when we start saying 2 + 2 is 5. It's a pretty scary, chilling thought, really.
Well, if they can get you to give up one of the most basic things,
there's no limits.
Yes.
There's no limit.
Exactly. And that, look, I agree with you that it did start during COVID because it started during this exercise of control and mandating
they realized.
things. Yeah, and they didn't do it based on any data. They didn't do it especially with young athletes. What they did to do is do that so that if you can get compliance with absolutely everybody, so if you can get the people who don't need this medication at all to mandate it for children, for young, healthy athletes, for people that have zero fear of dying from COVID. And if you can force them into doing it, you can kind of force them to do a lot of things. If you can force them to accept the most chaotic notion, like that we shouldn't have a border and just let people run through, and if it's terrorists, well, hey, I mean, maybe they want a better life.
Come on.
What you're not going to vet anybody. You're going to let them in, and now you're saying that some of them should be allowed to vote, and you're going to give some of the money, and then New York City has the scam where they're giving them debit cards up to $10,000. And then, meanwhile, poor people who live in New York City or citizens of the United States, they're shit out of luck. Sorry.
My husband, who's an immigrant, he came over from England, but did it the right way. We've been married for almost 2 years, and Joe, he still doesn't have his green card. Yet you have people walking over the border, and they obtain it with ease.
Yes.
It makes it harder for people like my husband and my family, where it's harder to travel. It's harder for job purposes when you don't have your documentation that you need. So you're right. It makes it harder on not only Americans, but the people who want to do it the right way.
Do you think about it? Like, why are they doing that? Do you think they're doing it to import voters? Do you think they're doing it because some industries want to encourage cheap labor? That this can break unions? Because if you've got a bunch of people that are undocumented, it's legal to hire them and you can pay them less. Why would you need a union when these people are just happy with whatever you give them?
Exactly. Here's what I think. Joe Biden has he has the power right now to secure the border. He has that power, but he won't do it. So to me, what this looks like is the planned and controlled destruction of this nation. Reasons why? I don't know if it's to get voters. I don't know if it's to, what really the purpose is. But make no mistake, this is planned and it's controlled. Again, by the people leading this nation, which is a terrifying thought.
Well, it makes sense. It sounds nuts. And if you had said this 20 years ago, I was like, those bitches are
What are we doing inviting Riley here?
Control destruction of our United States. But now you look at it and you go, well, hold on. I mean, if they learned anything from COVID, one of the things they learned is that during a period of destabilization, people are much more compliant. And COVID was a massive period of destabilization to the point where they put into place illogical laws that restricted people's ability to keep their businesses open while leaving gigantic businesses wide open. Walk through Target, no one gets sick there. But if you go to mom and pop's candle shop, everyone's going to die. And none of that made any sense. None of it made any sense. And they got us to get through with that. If they can destabilize the country in the form of letting violence into the country, and then also by the same time simultaneously cracking down on gun laws in America and imposing more gun control on the citizens. I mean, I don't want to fucking secure my tinfoil hat on, but if I was going to do it, if I was an evil person who had this goal of the destruction of America, that's how I would do it. I would get everybody involved in the most nonsensical bullshit arguments, like use 78 different gender pronouns. And if you go call someone a Z-zer, we had this conversation with Christopher Rufo the other day.
I saw.
The Z-zer thing, like he's literally got to go to court because he was not willing to call someone Z-zer. So he's got to be charged with a crime, and they have to see whether or not he committed some hate crime.
Well, that's
because he didn't use a made-up pronoun.
This whole new Title IX rewrite that the Biden administration is pursuing, that will be, I believe, announced in the next couple weeks. And under this new rewrite, it is sexual harassment. You would be guilty and charged with sexual harassment if you, a 17-year-old girl who's housed with a male in your dorm room, if you go to your administration and complain, expressing that you feel uncomfortable being housed with a male, you're charged with sexual harassment. Not the man who's parading around your locker room or your bathroom. No, that's brave or stunning or inspiring or whatever other virtuous word they want to use. But you calling a spade is grounds for sexual harassment.
Bananas. Like, not even...
Like a whole bunch of bananas.
Yeah, like if you saw it in a fucking movie, you'd be like, no way. If there was a movie that someone put out in 2003, and this was the plot, you'd be like, shut the fuck up. That's never going to fly. That's so ridiculous. And here we are, and it's moving further and further in that direction. You're seeing gaslighting on an unprecedented level. There was this group of people that got interviewed by the New York Times that are super fans of Joe Biden. That don't give a... It's wild. I mean, it's wild. It's wild to see these people. I think he's amazing. I think what he's doing is the greatest one that any president. He's done more. Karine Jean-Pierre, whatever the fuck her name is, said that the other day. She said that his administration, they asked him, why does Biden need cue cards for everything? Why doesn't he cue cards when he sits down? Why doesn't he cue? Like, why does he need those things? So it's the question. And she just rattles off how what Joe Biden has done more in these 3 years than most presidents do. Open the border, kill the economy, fund 2 fucking crazy wars.
But that's what you'll find too when
pull out of Afghanistan.
When you have these Biden super fans.
And they'll fucking support that team full stop no matter what. And it's behavior that exists in any group of people that's ideologically captured. Whether, you're a fucking lifelong Red Sox fan or you're a Democrat to the death. Blue no matter who. And there's people that just do that proudly, and they announce it on Twitter, and they get a bunch of people with 30 cats in their comments all commenting, yay. And
it's on both sides.
People. Oh, 100%.
It's on both sides. And that's what I've been, I've always been my whole life, like, I would say before being conservative, I've always been a Christian. And so my values as a Christian align more conservative. Opened to the amount of corruption, to the amount of string pulling, to the amount of really crazy people on both sides. So we talk a lot about the left because they don't try and mask theirs, at least the very extreme radical left, like those protesters or the people who protest me, which psycho. I was in Milwaukee recently, and I had protesters stand outside my hotel room for hours, Joe, hours chanting, "Riley can't swim." I'm like, that's the best you got? Riley can't swim? It is. I love it.
You're so good that that's all they could say.
I would challenge any of them to a race. So we see the left being crazy, but there's some crazy people on
Oh, 100%. It's a human characteristic, and people, they jump into these ideologies not because they're well thought out and because it makes sense. It's because human beings are tribal by nature. And when we find a group, look, I see people talk about cults sometimes, like in a documentary. I'm like, that seems like fun. And I'm a grown man. If I was an 18-year-old boy and that happened, or a 16-year-old boy, and I encountered them, I'm young and impressionable, 100% I could get sucked into it. You can get sucked into the left, you can get sucked into the right. And then you're around like-minded people, and the nuttiest, most ambitious, and most fucking psychotic of that group are the ones on the far outlines. It's the Patriot Front on one side, and it's Antifa on the other side. And this is what happens. And this is what happens with human beings. And those people, they'll allow the Antifa people to fucking blow up things and light things on fire, like, well, some violence is necessary to achieve the means. It's like the strong arm of the Democratic Party. And then for the right, they've got to kind of ignore the really loony, right-wing, fucking Confederate flag dudes. Like, you got to, kind of push those aside, too. But it's just who's in charge? The Democrats. They're in charge. Who's running the media? The Democrats. Almost
They've
universally.
overtaken every public square, whether it's academia, whether it's corporate America, whether it's our government, the media. I mean, every public square, which is why now, honestly, I feel like a lot of people who maybe would have considered themselves previously as kind of like apolitical or someone who didn't really look at what's going on around the world, like you said, have jobs and families, they have their heads down. They don't look at the outside noise. I think it's waking a lot of people up, which is a good thing. That's the beauty of a democracy, really. The American Republic is having the people as the power. We do have the power, and I feel like we're engaging those people.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think there's enough people that are realizing that this whole system is completely fucked, and that it's really just about money and power and control. And they use all these social issues as it's like a galvanizing force to get whatever their financial agenda is pushed through. That's all it is. Like when the Biden administration is talking about DEI and all this, it's just tied into banks. It's how they can fund businesses and give them loans. If you have more people that are this, we'll give you more of that. It's just a way to control businesses. And the whole thing is just all about money. It's all a gigantic con game. And the more, like I said, if I was a fucking tinfoil hat guy, if I was thinking this is someone trying to destroy the country, this is how I would do it. I would have people willing to vote for their own demise, not advocating for freedom, if that freedom gives freedom to the people that are opposed to them. We're so stupid and close-minded, we're willing to burn it all down just to silence people.
Freedom.
Right, take away everyone's freedom. Because I don't want that person who disagrees with me to have freedom.
Crazy. When you put it that way, it's exactly what's happening.
It is exactly what's happening, and it's not the case when I was a kid. When I was a young guy, I had friends whose parents were conservative, and my parents were hippies, and they hung out together. Everybody would go to dinner together. Like, no one cared.
Yeah, there's no more gray area, so it seems.
They could talk about stuff. They could have agreements of what Reagan was good at. Like, there was conversations, well, one thing Reagan really did good. Like, my fucking dad was saying that. Watching these people today, it's like the orcs are fighting against the hobbits. Like, this is crazy.
Very true.
Everyone is so opposed. It's so polarized. And again, if I was from another country and I was trying to ruin America, I was like, how can I do this? That's how I would do it. I would do it this way.
Yeah.
And then I would do it through social media. And I would have the Democrats almost universally control social media.
Of course they do.
Except this one wild African American, this one wild genius dude decides to buy Twitter.
Isn't it amazing?
Amazing. If he didn't do that, we would genuinely be fucked. We would be
Totally.
a real pickle.
Honestly, Twitter or X now is really where I get all my news. I don't even resort to a lot of the mainstream media places, at least for breaking news. I'll find it on X. So God bless Elon Musk. I really think that he has almost single-handedly. There's been I would say some pivotal people or groups in this culture who have really helped turn some things around. I think the Babylon Bee has done a phenomenal job of.
But they were banned from Twitter.
Yeah.
And that was one of the breaking points for Elon.
Exactly.
When he found out they were banned from Twitter, he's like, okay, what the fuck?
It was a turning point. And so I really think he's single-handedly almost really turned this culture around. So God bless him.
He's definitely made it take a turn. And for anybody who thinks that's exaggerating, you have to take into consideration that is not a business move that any corporation that wants to make money would have approved. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky 4-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a full leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter. And you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
No.
If you're Elon Musk, you can do it. But there's like maybe 5 of those guys on Earth that could just buy something for $44 billion. That's really probably worth half that.
Right.
So you can never justify it on paper.
No.
So he's an insane person.
He is.
Who's dedicated to free speech, just happens to have $200 billion. So he can step in and do that. And when they tell him about advertising, that was one of my favorite speeches ever. He was like, go fuck yourself.
Isn't that awesome?
It was amazing.
It was perfect.
If you're gonna blackmail me with money, you're gonna do that, go fuck yourself.
It's amazing.
And then he goes,
And
hi, Bob.
it's hilarious. But honestly, like, that right there is what this nation, again, really, this world is lacking, is strong leadership, strong male leadership in particular. We don't see a lot of these men, right? We picture men as these like dominant, aggressive, assertive leaders who protect and provide. Our nation is failing because we don't have those male leaders. We don't have people who are who have backbones and a moral compass. But Elon Musk has the perfect combination of a backbone and a moral compass, which is sad when you think about it.
Also, he's smarter than everybody.
Oh. And he's rich.
And he sees where all this is going. He's like, you people are out of your fucking minds. Like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
So he literally has to step in and buy a social media platform. And then upon doing so, they release all these emails to these journalists like Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi, and you find out through all this that they've been in contact with the FBI, and the FBI's been telling them to delete accounts and get rid of posts. And
my account was deleted prior to the Elon Musk era.
What did you write that was the big offense?
There are 2 sexes. I know, God forbid, right?
Isn't that
jail?
amazing?
Put me in jail.
Biological truth. Like, okay, can I get a review? Can we go to a textbook, please?
Yeah.
How many sexes does it say in the textbook? I think it says 2. Does that say 2? It says 2 sexes, male and female. So I was right.
Let's ban the book too.
Like, what is
that? So yeah, but I was able to make a new account under Elon Musk Twitter.
Yeah, luckily.
And it's the only platform that I found where I don't get my videos or posts removed. TikTok, right? I was hesitant for TikTok for a long time for a lot of reasons, right? Like we hear that the Chinese are spying on us, they're going to take our information and blah, blah, blah. So I didn't want to post on TikTok for a long time. But I went on I had a profile. I'd sometimes view videos, again, never really posting. And then one day I go to my profile and I have like 20,000 followers having never posted. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, clearly there's an audience here on TikTok. And it's unique because it's a younger audience, which has been a big push of mine, is to target younger people my age, to really engage them and help them see what's going on. So I was like, maybe I will start posting to TikTok. My videos went viral, and every single video is like deleted now. But I have like almost, I think, 400,000 followers, having only posted like a couple times. It's crazy.
And so they'll delete you if you talk about gender issues.
Anything. I could report like a factual, real story that had happened, saying nothing outlandish, nothing. And it's deleted.
Now again, let's go back to my theory that someone's trying to destroy the country. If I was the Chinese government and I was in control of a social media platform that's the most addictive and the most used by young kids, I would have as much confusion on there as possible. I'll have as much men with beards and lipsticks and long nails telling you that all your kids can be trans, and have that shit everywhere and never take it down. And anyone who combats this, anyone that like starts making sense and resonates with people, get them out of here. Just get them the fuck out of here. This is a propaganda machine.
And they're laughing the whole time.
And it is owned by China. And it is some of the most fucking troublesome spyware that they've ever examined. When guys are back in over that, they were like, oh my God, this is crazy. This is the most invasive we've ever seen. It has access to your keystrokes. So like say if you're using TikTok and then you're also like sending emails, it's gonna know what your emails are.
Crazy.
It's gonna be able to listen to your voice. It's gonna be able to videotape you. It's gonna have access to all sorts of aspects of your phone. Not necessarily saying it's gonna use those things, but it's going to have the access to it. All that's in there. Now imagine a scenario where China attacks Taiwan. And all of a sudden we're in this weird proxy hot war with China, as well as a weird proxy hot war with Russia. And then China starts fucking with the phones. All these people that have TikTok on their phones, how many accounts are there? How many different people can they target that have children? And then these people are high-level political people.
Right.
How many people that are in board meetings? How many people that are coming home on their phone, having conversations in private with their wife about the real problems that we have right now with corruption and the Biden laptop is real, that kind of shit.
Right.
They're going to have all those recordings. They're going to literally be able to listen to anybody they want. They've paid people. What they've done is really fascinating. They've gotten like high-speed internet routers and cell phone routers, and they sell them cheaper. And so people buy them. And they've already found that some of these have third-party accessibility.
Right.
And they're putting them near like nuclear facilities. The Chinese people are like, we'll sell you these cell phone towers cheaper and just put them over there where you fucking test jets. And we're like, wow, let's save some money. What a great idea. And so we buy all their shit, and their infrastructure is everywhere. They own farmland everywhere, all over the country. And they own a lot of land that's around military bases.
Right. Is this you saying I should delete TikTok?
I'm saying, I'm putting my fucking tinfoil hat on. I think it's like we were like, no, they would never do that. If you think about all the times in history that governments have overthrown other countries, they've invaded other countries, and they've done it with the only methods that were available then. The only methods were available then. You need tanks and guns and planes and weapons and bombs and shit. Or
Not
boats.
anymore.
Not anymore. Now you need fucking cyber stuff, and with that, you could literally destroy the.
Are you calling for me? Hello? Are you calling for me? Hey, what's going on, Jerry? What'd you say?
I'm listening.
Oh, okay. I thought you called my name. Sorry.
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
Literally destroy the morals and the ethics of an entire generation of people. Cast aside any ideas. They're trying to do things now where they're talking about minor attracted persons.
Crazy.
And you're seeing elected politicians, elected officials talking about being very clear that this is an identity, that these are minor attracted persons.
It's sick. It's really that, right? You have people talking about pedophiles being maps, they'll call them. Whether it's this video recently that Lib's TikTok posted of these children, and I think Oklahoma maybe sucking on toes. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Of teachers or adults or whoever these people are.
Is that what it was?
Sick. Yes, it was a fundraiser. No bake sale.
On the toes of
No
the
car
adults.
wash. Sucking toes was going to be their fundraiser.
Definitely adults.
Yeah, definitely adults. Or whether it's now you have these men, the CDC that says men can produce breast milk and lactate. I got news for you. Any man who forces a baby to latch onto his nipple and suck it is using that baby as an erotic prop. And right, they do this under the guise of human rights. It is not a human right for anyone to sexually abuse a child. So all that to say, there's this big push, so it seems, whether it's the gender ideology movement, there's this big push to seemingly normalize pedophilia, which is grotesque, it is perverse, it's disgusting. Parents who are okay with this, Democrats who are okay with this, who vote in favor of a lot of this nonsense stuff, you're a sellout to your own child. And honestly, I think there's a separate conversation that needs to be had if you are an elected official voting in favor of this stuff with kids. I think there's a separate conversation that needs to be had involving CPS, because again, that's disgusting, to say the least.
And it's always been morally reprehensible. It's always been a thing that we wanted to kill people for. And now all of a sudden we're saying that it's an identity. Again, if I was trying to destroy a country, I would throw that into the educational system. I'd make it seem virtuous to discuss this in an open-minded and objective way. Like, they can't help who they identify with.
Well, and honestly, right, like, again, being a Christian, the Bible tells us that we will reach a point, and Paul says it in Acts and Romans, different places. He tells us that we will reach a point where bitter is seen as sweet, dark is seen as light, and evil is seen as moral. It's undeniable that that's not what we're seeing now. And look, that's not to say that people who identify as trans are evil. I don't necessarily think that. But what is evil is deception. Manipulation is evil. Temptation is evil. Lying and affirming delusions, that's evil. And that's like how Satan works and how he operates is in the darkness. But now a lot of it is coming to light. Again, thanks to people like Elon Musk.
It sounds loony when we start having these kind of conversations about like Satan and evil and good and, and biblical stories. But as time goes on, I think that what the Bible is I think at one point in time, there was a very sophisticated society that got wiped out by some sort of a massive natural disaster. And then over time, they told the stories that they had learned since they stopped writing things down. They probably had to live like barbarians for thousands of years. But they always had the stories. It's like literally the Big Bang. In the beginning, there was light. If you told that for thousands of years, that's what that would be.
Right.
The Adam and Eve in the garden, the creation, that someone created this. Like that they were trying to tell us, and that men can go down evil, wicked ways, and it can lead to destruction. And these are some of the symptoms that you'll see when it leads to destruction. It's like this is like a map of civilization.
Right.
It's just so old, and it's been translated so many times from ancient Hebrew and Aramaic and all these different languages down to Greek and Latin and English. Finally, it's like there's so much like what's really said, what was really going on, because a lot of it seems too on the money. Like if we wanted to try to put this through some sort of a logical filter and figure out like, is someone really trying to warn us about the natural progression that all societies and all civilizations go down if you don't have a moral compass and if you don't follow and adhere to the rules of God?
Well, there's still stuff that hasn't yet, right? Like what has been prophesied that hasn't yet happened. So time will tell, right? I think Jesus' return is past due. Yeah.
That would be the wildest. Forget about UFOs. UFOs would be pretty wild. UFOs on the White House lawn would be wild. Jesus on the White House lawn. Wow. That would be the game changer.
I pray for that. Come back, please.
People would even believe it. They would think, oh my God, this is Illuminati.
Our media would spin it some way.
Our fucking just people on Reddit. Like the people that are like,
what a platform. What a platform. Oh my gosh, I have seen some of the craziest stuff on Reddit. And I don't have a Reddit account. That's not my space.
But you go in and look at things sometimes.
But people will post like other Reddit clips. And I speak a lot on college campuses, again, with the intention of really trying to garner support from the youth, but also encouraging them to find their own voice and to be bold and to be leaders themselves. All done through the Leadership Institute, which is just a phenomenal group. But a lot of these college campuses I speak on, the protesters, when they hear I'm coming, they'll go to Reddit and they'll start going off, which is hilarious to look at. But honestly, it's kind of scary. Like a lot of these people, for instance, I was at San Francisco State a few months back, which was my first mistake, going to freaking San Francisco. But I went there with the intention of, like talking about what you and I have talked about, at least from that national championship standpoint, everything that we went through, why it's important. I went there And what a naive thought to think that these students would come with an open mind and the willingness to have their hearts softened, because they did not. They came with their pitchforks and fire, and upon me delivering my speech in a classroom setting, right, so like a podium at the front, there's seats in the class. Upon delivering my speech afterwards, a group of protesters entered into the room, hundreds of them, okay, turned off the lights, rushed to the front. I'm being like shoved and hit and jostled. I'm like so confused what's going on. Punched, right? But fortunately for me, men in dresses, their punches don't hurt that bad. But ultimately, these protesters ended up holding me for ransom throughout the night, demanding that if I wanted to make it home to see my family safely again, I had to pay them money. All the while, you might be wondering, okay, well, where are the police? Joe, it's San Francisco. The police are being held for ransom in the same room with me. I'm looking at the police like, pretty sure I'm being held against my will. Pretty sure we call that kidnapping. Isn't there something you can do to like alleviate what's going on here, to de-escalate and get me home safely? No, actually, we can't. We're not allowed to be seen as anything other than an ally to that community. The same community who's on the other side of that door calling them racist pigs for protecting a white girl like me.
Say that again. They're not allowed to be seen as anything other than an ally.
Right.
So this is like a mandate from the police department. So anything that involves anyone who's trans, you have to automatically support, regardless of whether or not that person's the aggressor.
Let me tell you, even...
Is that fair to say that?
Well, that's what was communicated to me. Even now, where there is an ample amount of video footage of this happening, there is audio evidence, there are eyewitness testimonies. Again, the police were in the room with me. There's footage that I requested that they never sent me, whether it was CCTV footage or their body cam footage. There's an ample amount of evidence to charge whoever is responsible, whether it's the students, whether it's the university, whether it's honestly the police department at this point. They have come back now and said that the charges are alleged. There's nothing they can do. There's no evidence to prosecute or press charges against anyone. I'm looking at this. Keep in mind, right, the dean of students shows up when I'm being held in this room for hours and hours, 4 hours, through the middle of the night in this room. And the dean of students shows up. He's negotiating with the students how much I owe each of them to get out. The price that I had heard was agreed upon through the side of the door was $10 each, which I'm mad about because I think I'm worth more than $10.
They all want $10.
Granted, there's a lot of them.
Oh my god!
But I'm like,
but how funny is that? Give us all $10. We're hungry.
We'll leave.
We want to go get Subway.
But anyways, the university the next day sent out a university-wide email to their, staff, professors, students, everybody, and said, we are so proud of our brave students for handling Riley Gaines in the manner that they did. We know how deeply traumatic her presence is on this campus, and so here are some counseling resources for you guys. Just know we see you, we stand with you, we see you here, or we see you, we hear you, we love you.
Again.
Nowhere in there did they condemn violence against women, for that matter. Nowhere in there did they say we uphold our First Amendment and the freedom of speech. No, of course not.
The right to civil discourse.
No, forget it. So.
It's so crazy.
And that's just the...
San Francisco's fallen.
Oh, beyond. I was in San Francisco.
I mean, that's really like, again, if I was going to ruin a country, that's how I would do it. I would tell the children everyone's amazing, and that assault you did, that was warranted, and I know how deeply traumatic that must have been for you. So here's some counseling, because you need counseling. You need to be able to talk about it. So further fuel your narcissism and get involved with someone who constantly wants to talk about you all day. Here's some counseling. Let's talk about you. Great, I really need to focus on me. And then more about you and how amazing you are that you hit this lady who said that men shouldn't be able to compete with women. Fucking duh.
Yeah. and then there's nothing that can be done about it.
Nothing, zero.
So, which is why it's hard, like, for us, and when I say us, I really just mean sane people. I'm not making this conservative versus, Republican versus Democrat type thing. It makes it harder for us in this space to push back when we have district courts or our Department of Justice that really is corrupt. It's incredibly two-tiered.
This Fannie Willis thing is awesome, though.
Yeah, right?
I love it.
Isn't it just?
It's fun watching her get sassy.
Well,
She's getting questioned, too.
And that's so telling, right? When she starts freaking out and yelling, and it's like, babe, if you just wanted to be this, or to have this guy be your...
How obvious is that? Also, you can't say that you fucking paid for everything in cash. Like, what? Imagine that. Like, this is what we'll say.
Right.
This summer camp, I'm going to
get that'll work.
I'm going to tell him I paid it all in cash. Sorry, no records, all in cash. Where'd you get the cash? I have cash. Where'd you get the fucking cash? You get $50,000 later on? That's cool. Who does that?
But they do that because they know there's a chance of it working.
Not really. I think she thought the system is more rigged than it is, because I think most people have never been exposed to national attention, and you can speak to this.
Exactly.
They have no idea what the pressure that you've experienced. Like, you've experienced at a young age, as a person who had no desire to be famous other than be a great athlete, out of nowhere, you get hit with this barrage of attention where you're on Fox News and this and that, newspapers, and some people are labeling you in the most horrible way, and some people we're proud that she's standing up for women in sports, and you got this conflict, and you're in the fucking center of it. Right. And you got crazy people who rush the stage and hit you, and the cops say, we can't do anything that doesn't show us as an ally to that community. Like, that's not even America. Like, where are you? That's La La Land. They're living in the Willy Wonka chocolate factory. Those people are out of their fucking minds.
The Willy Wonka chocolate factory sounds better though.
It sounds way better. But they're literally out of their minds. Like, and this is unsustainable.
It is.
At some point in time.
And we'll realize that because honestly, truth and sanity, they always prevail.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a matter of time. Unfortunately, it takes unfortunate circumstances like the whole Leah Thomas thing, like the San Francisco State thing, like the things that continue to happen. It takes those to really see the harm and the severity and the likelihood that they continue at an exponential rate. So again, I kind of look at what's going on, or in particular what happened to me as a lemons to lemonade thing, right? You take something that should have never happened to anyone, but you do good with it, and that's certainly what I've been trying to do over these past, 2 years. And it has. There's been a lot of good stuff that's been done. We see a lot of the negative. We see a lot of the bad. And certainly that's what's highlighted because that's what gets attention. That's what gets clicks. That's what gets likes. But now, in just 2 short years, 24 states have some sort of fairness in women's sports bill when only, I think 3 years ago, only 1 state did. So that's pretty incredible. Lots of traction, lots of momentum. Like I said, 4 states implementing a bill now that defines the word woman. We've seen lots of pushback at the IOC, the International Olympic Committee. So there's been lots of good things that have been done. And I certainly choose to celebrate the little wins when we get them.
Well, what you've done is very courageous, because I know the kind of pressure that you must have experienced. I know the hate that's come your way, and you handle it with class. And that is not a learned thing. I think that speaks to one of the things that I think is like one of the most important things that kids can ever get involved in, and that's sports.
Definitely.
I know people think of sports as being like, if you're an intellectual, you think of it as being like a jock or a meathead thing, but it teaches you a resolve. It teaches you when you have to swim 6 hours a day, like you have to be strong. And
it transcends beyond just your athletic achievements.
Which is my point. It's how you handle this, the way you handle it.
And honestly now, like, I love pressure. I love it. I love setting goals and achieving those goals, which sets me up perfectly for this position. And you're right. Like, I would highly encourage. My parents did it. My parents made me play sports. And when my dad being a professional football player, he did not, I won't say he never really cared what sport I played, but when I started swimming, he's like, Riley, come on, that's not a sport. I'm like, Dad, it is a sport. Like, it's hard. Like, we work hard. He's like, no, Riley, that's not a sport. Then I started dating a swimmer, and my dad was like, Riley, any sport, his justification was any sport where a man has to wear panties and competes. Like, they're gay, Riley. He's like, you're dating someone who's gay. I'm like, Dad. And now he's my husband. And now, of course, he knows he's not gay, and he's the best. But it's just, all that to say.
Funny. That sounds funny.
Yeah. He's, I had to refrain him from going in the locker room at that national championships. I called him. I'm like, Dad, there's a man in our locker room. Because we didn't know this was going to be the arrangement until we saw it. Until, like, we were actually in there with this, again, 6'4" man stripping down, fully intact, exposing himself inches away from where we were simultaneously fully undressed, right? Like, I can't even put into words, like, the feeling of having your back turned. And all of a sudden, again, naked, hearing a man's voice in the locker room. It's like, it was inherent for every girl in that changing space to cover themselves. Like, whether it was with their hands or their towels or their clothes, like, it was inherent.
That's so psychotic.
So I called my dad. I'm like, Dad, there's a man in this locker room. He's like, Riley, I'm coming down there, and I'm going to handle this myself. And I really was like, Dad, like he would do that. And I'm like, no. We already have one man in the locker room. We don't need to. And secondly, like, you'll go to jail, and I don't want you there. So I got this. I can handle it. Which, again, the things that I think set me apart from some of my teammates or competitors or other people in my same position is, right, playing sports. I credit so much of my success and impact that's been had to playing sports. Secondly, it's having a strong family foundation. I have two amazing parents who love each other. Everyone around me, like my grandparents, all in very healthy, loving relationships. I don't have a lot of divorce around me or in my family or anything like that. I've got lots of siblings. We're all so close. So I think my family foundation is a huge aspect too. Again, what kind of set me apart. And third, again, is my faith. Just knowing the outcome, like we just previously spoke about, like knowing how this all ends and really trusting that and having faith in that, and it just knowing the battle is already won. That's certainly what keeps me grounded and keeps a smile on my face and an incredibly light heart, even when these crazy freaks at San Francisco are like running at me. The first thing I do is pray for them. I'm like, oh my gosh, you look miserable, and I can't imagine having that much hatred in my heart. So I think all of those things are kind of what maybe made me a little different. The combination of those things, no one thing over the other, but set me apart from some of my peers.
You're the right woman for the job. I came along. That's what it is. It's really like the universe put you in that position, because most people wouldn't be as uniquely disciplined about chasing this down as you are.
And it's a big task. Like, there's always something. There's always some story. There's always someone. You die. Actually, I know you're similar, right? Where, like, the messages I get daily from parents, from coaches, from young female athletes, who this is happening to, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I actually talked to the girl. I don't know if you saw this video. It was the basketball game in Massachusetts recently, where you've got this, like, 6-foot-something guy who injured 3 girls before halftime of this game, causing the team to have to forfeit because they didn't have enough players left to play the game. Talking with this team and this girl, like, she's 13 years old, and she's getting pummeled to the ground by this guy, and she's online reading the comments and stuff, and which I never advise, but she is, and there's people calling, this girl a wuss and saying that she's being a baby and she's fine, and she reads that, and it's really hard for her.
I guarantee those people don't know.
Of course not, right?
They're just nuts.
You know what clip I loved? It was on this show, talking about Keith Olbermann.
That guy's the gift that keeps giving.
He's the gift that keeps giving, and he
He's the
never.
Babylon Bee version of a Democrat. He really is.
I want to know if he's still crying urine. Did you see all that?
What was going on with him?
The Supreme Court.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out.
Supreme Court ruling 9-0 in Trump's favor, of course, and he commented back to someone on social media. It was like someone was basically like, "Dude, cope, cry harder. Your liberal tears taste awesome." And he said, "These aren't tears, you fascist. It's pee or urine." And I'm like, what does this mean? What does this mean? You're crying urine? I'm so confused.
It's crazy to say that's fascist too.
But I saw this clip on your show where you were highlighting, how he came from me, and I'm like, dude, who are you? I don't even know who you are. And I'm that's hilarious, right? I very proudly finished my career as a 12-time All-American. 5-time SEC champion, the SEC record holder, the fastest person to ever come out of the SEC in the 200 butterfly, making me one of the fastest Americans of all time. SEC Scholar Athlete of the Year, SEC Community Service Leader of the Year. I could keep going on. And it's like, this senile old man wants to attack me. He still lives with his mom in her basement. I asked my dad, I'm like, who is this guy? I don't even know who he is.
I think he has his own place, but he's definitely insane. Yeah,
no.
He's insane in a very unique way. He used to be a really good baseball broadcaster.
My dad
real baseball,
loved him.
but then he got really nutty during the Trump administration, and that Trump derangement syndrome, that's a real thing. It's a real thing, and I think there's some people that are fragile already. The world is just like the anxiety and this and that, and also this position of being the person of virtue, the angry, loud voice of reason. That's a weird banner to carry when you don't have your own shit together. When your own life is chaos, your fucking mental health is very unsteady, and you're out there preaching and telling people what to do. And as you start losing, and Trump's the president now, and you're like, he's gonna get arrested, and he never gets arrested.
Right.
And then they're gonna take him off the ballot, he's an insurrectionist. No, the Supreme Court says unanimously.
Right.
No. It's just like it further compounds, and you never get a win. You never get a win. You got a little bit of a win when Biden won, and then the chaos after the Biden administration and all the things that we knew were true, that he was mentally competent, all those things come out. That's not a win. So then you're just in this constant state of anxiety and chaos and saying nonsense things. Almost like you would want you to come after him, because you came after him so hard. It was so funny when you showed all your medals and all your shit. The fuck are you talking about, stupid?
And my motto is truly, and I feel like I, for the most part, pretty much live by this, don't punch down. Don't give someone attention when that's clearly what they're buying for is attention. But I literally could not resist myself when it came to him. And it was so tragic because I'm showing him all the accolades and stuff. And as I picked one of them up, it's a glass trophy. I drop it and I broke it. But let me tell you, it was so cool because the SEC saw this video that I had made and dropping one of my all SEC first team honors, and they sent me a new one, and they're like, we're so sorry that you had to waste your time and break a trophy over Keith Olbermann. We wanted to send you a new one.
Good for them.
Totally.
Good for them. That's funny though, even the way you handled it when you dropped it.
I'm like, whatever, I've got more of them. Who cares, Keith Olbermann? I don't care about this trophy. I didn't want this trophy.
People like him are really fascinating because it's the social media interaction. It compounds mental illness in a way that I have never seen in my life with anything. There's nothing like it. It is a zombie apocalypse. It's weird. There's so many people that are just deeply involved in social media interaction all day long.
And Look, social media, of course, is a blessing. I would argue it's a bigger curse than it is a blessing. And you're right, we see people, like on my X feed, who are on there posting all day long. I'm like, what do you do? Do you have a family?
Yeah.
Do you have a life? Like, do you work? Like, I'm so confused how you have time all day long, every hour of every day to be posting something.
That's their life.
It is their life.
There's a lot of people like that is their life, and they sort of accumulate these bubbles of people that they communicate with.
Right.
They stay in these echo chambers, and they exist there forever, and they don't go outside, and they wonder why they're depressed.
That's so true.
It is what it is. It's what it is.
Yeah.
Human bodies, I firmly believe, have a physical requirement, and if you don't meet that physical requirement,
You've got to get enough sleep.
Yep.
You've got to drink enough water.
All
You've got to exercise.
You have to.
And you're right, the people
Philly shit
are doing these things.
Right.
Yeah.
On Twitter all day. They're just it's compounding their mental illness. They're probably already medicated.
Definitely.
And then here they are, just getting after it with strangers. Getting, fuck you, you're Hitler, you fucking Nazi. It's like, it's so wild to see, and it's all getting accentuated by algorithms, specifically to try to extend your engagement and keep you hooked. And then when you see something like TikTok that will not let opposing viewpoints, even viewpoints that are
even if you question the narrative.
But meanwhile, if you go to China, their TikTok's all about scientific achievements, athletic achievements, martial arts. It's all about positive role models, exercise routines. It's all like super, and you can't be on after 10 p.m. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Crazy.
Get ready for war.
Yeah. No, they're laughing at us.
100%. I'm laughing at us. How are they not laughing at us? When I see Rachel Levine stand in front of everybody and give advice on health, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's so true, right? Not only the fact that this is someone who is injecting themselves with foreign and unnatural hormones and substances. Rachel Levine is obese. I'm like, why are you our Assistant Secretary of Health or whatever the name is when you're quite literally overweight?
Yeah.
Like, are you sure I should be listening to you on anything?
Administration, they've stuffed some of these like very questionable people that happen to be non-binary or trans or whatever in these roles just for optics. That's what they did with that Sam Britton guy, the guy that was stealing women's clothes.
That fucking suitcase stealer.
He had some job with nuclear waste disposal. He looks like a Dr. Manhattan character.
Totally.
Like, he literally you look at him with his shaved head and his lips. It looks like a bad guy in a superhero movie.
Yeah.
Stealing women's clothes.
And you're right. They've sprinkled that throughout in all of the different departments and realms, and here we are suffering the consequences.
It's so bizarre because, again, in other wars, you had to use weapons. That's the way to do it. I mean, they had espionage. They definitely did steal information and find out strategies and tactics, but not like today. Where you can literally infiltrate a whole section of the country and have them believe that they have to adhere. If you're going to be left, if you're going to be on the side of good people that want a social safety net and they want welfare and free education, if you're going to be on that side, you also have to be on the side where perverts don't exist anymore. There's no more sex offenders. There's no more pedophiles. There's minor attracted people and trans men, and gender dysphoria is just problematic and transphobic. And what it really is just your identity. And there's a spectrum of genders, and if you don't use Caesar, we're going to put you in a cage.
Crazy, but so true.
But it's
reality.
But this is 2024. This didn't exist in 2004.
No.
What does 2044 look like?
And that's honestly what we should be asking ourselves. Yeah. I think too often we get kind of wrapped up in like the here and the now, and ultimately that's how we've gotten to this point, right? You give an inch, they take a mile type thing. And we don't see the harm in it at the time, but yeah, we should be looking ahead 20 plus years, 5 years at this matter. Things are so expedited. We should be looking ahead 5 years. Yes. And again, if we're willing to deny man and woman, what's the next thing they're going to ask us to deny? And it sounds crazy, but like age, we've seen some people who identify as trans age out of Canada and different places, even some here in the States, who write this story of this like 55-year-old some man competing with the 13, 14 girls.
Yeah, he identifies as a 15-year-old girl.
Which sounds crazy,
and
but it's the
locker room with them.
It sounds crazy, but that denying age is the exact same premise as denying sex.
You can't deny race yet.
No, not yet.
That's the lie.
Not yet.
But some people have tried it with Korean.
Yeah.
That one dude, he said that he was transracial, he believes he's Korean, so he got his face like operated on so he'd look with more Korean-like features.
He's come around now. And,
not anymore?
Well, I don't know the status of like surgical procedures, but I think he has a book out now that talks about kind of like how he was totally enthralled in like K-pop and all this stuff and really believed to be a part of this, but now is like, and like all the woke gender ideology stuff, and now he's totally like, whoa, what did I do?
Now he's going to go to CPAC.
Now he's going to go to CPAC. That's what he's doing now.
That would be a good move for a guy like that, strategically, for a career. If you want more attention, just go hard right.
All the way. No looking back.
I want to be a man again, it says. Oh, his detransitioning journey. Yeah, but it says I want to be a man again. Was he ever a woman?
The title was just at the beginning of the thing. So
yeah, there's always been crazy people, folks. And when you give crazy people the opportunity to be protected under the walled garden of the LGBTQTAI+, you're inviting crazy people to infiltrate your organization, which will fuck up any legitimate concerns that people have of letting people live whatever way they want to live. The way I look at this and the way I look at all things is I don't ever want to tell people what to do. I don't want to tell anyone what to do, but I'm always very concerned when people do want to tell people what to do, because I know what that thought process sets off alarms. Yeah. It's like, I don't want to control people. Why are you trying to control people?
Right.
What is your thing about? Some people like to control people. It's a natural inclination that human beings have had since the beginning of time. They do it through gossip and rumor and try to destroy people's character.
Right.
They do it through subterfuge and sabotage and espionage. They want fucking power.
Of course.
It's normal and natural. And if you just operate on that principle, always look at the people that are trying to restrict your rights. And why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? Because people do that. That's a thing people do. You might not do that because you're a good person.
Right.
You know, maybe you're just a normal person who wants to just live a normal life and play golf on the weekends and have a family and be normal. There's people out there, that's not their game.
That's not their game.
Their game is a different game, and you got to be able to see that. And if you can't see that, you're just going to go along with it because you're a good person. And you life affirming, saving, gender affirming care. You just say the words.
Right.
They don't even mean anything to you. You're just saying what everybody in your cult says.
Totally. And I could not agree more. Right. These people who say, you know, you're transphobic or you're anti-trans. First of all, that doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't really care if someone says that about me. But second of all, look, my stance isn't anti-trans. If, just like you said, what someone else does behind closed doors, what Leah Thomas does behind closed doors, no, I don't support it. No, I don't agree with it. But live your life, just like I'm going to live my life. Like you said, I don't want someone telling me how to live. So no, I don't agree or support, but do as you do. It shouldn't cost my taxpayer dollars. It shouldn't affect my rights, but if it doesn't, by all means. So really, the stance that I'm taking, that I feel like majority of Americans have taken, is advocating for transparency more than anything, right? Like, if something is advertised for women, boom, it's for women. That's not to say you can't have a co-ed
But it's
team.
only women that are getting harmed by this. Only women.
The whole thing.
And it was always to protect women. Yes.
There was the regional college track and field meet where a runner competing on the women's team at Rochester Institute of Technology, RIT, in New York, this past week competed, broke the regional meet record, of course. The girl who got second was an African-American female. Let's call this what this is. This is a white man standing atop the podium. Left crickets. Nothing. So I think Oppression Olympics is actually a great way to put it.
Really what it is, because no matter who you are, trans trumps that. It's the ace.
It's the top.
It's the top.
And if you're a black trans man, or I guess what they would call, I guess a black trans identifying male, you're the king
Black trans woman or black trans man?
See, it's a male.
So you
It's trans
biological
woman,
man,
but I don't like
trans
saying
woman.
all that. Remember?
Oh, okay, right,
yeah,
right.
silly
So
stuff.
trans.
A trans identifying male who is
Right,
black, who's a
right.
man who identifies as a woman. You are the winner. You are the most oppressed. Which what an odd world we live in, to where you want to be a victim. You want to be marginalized. You want to be an oppressed. Because what's the alternative? An oppressor. And we have learned as a society that there is nothing worse than being an oppressor. So you'll do anything, and not to dilute what it means to be trans or people who genuinely struggle with gender dysphoria, not to dilute this, but people would much rather be oppressed than be an oppressor. And the white man has always been the oppressor. Not anymore. They found a way to really curb that. Just say you're a woman. Grow out your hair and put some lipstick on.
And you can dominate women.
And you can get into women's prisons. That's a big push we've seen.
47 biological males are in California prisons right now.
Crazy. You know how many to your point, how many women went into men's prisons in California?
How many?
One. She had 3 months left of her sentence. So, no time. But yeah, we've seen in New Jersey, Ohio, California, Kansas, New York. In New York, they have posted placards in all women's prisons talking about pregnancy prevention. And you know what they did in California prisons over on Super Bowl Sunday, where everyone's distracted, right? Like, no one's paying attention. They had supervisors come in, working overtime to implement in women's facilities, women's prisons, condom dispensers and dental dams. So not only, look, sex in prisons is not allowed. It's not, you're not allowed to do that. We're not supposed to do that anyways. But by putting condoms in all women's facilities, not only are you essentially allowing it, it's as if you're encouraging it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's nuts, but how many pregnancies did they have before they had to do that? How many instances of STDs did they have before they had to do that?
And that's the thing. I've seen in California prisons now where AIDS and HIV is running rampant in women's prisons. I know it. It's crazy. But again, to your point, like, even the whole language thing we talked about, like, we don't see men's language being infiltrated and taken over like we have this attack on the word woman or the word female. There was just a bill in California, again, last week, where it would replace female in all state statute with the word person. We're not seeing that go the other way. I think for a couple reasons. First and foremost, men wouldn't put up with it for a second. Could you imagine, right? Like, women are now called cervix havers or uterus owners or menstruators or bleeders or chest feeders or birthing person. Could you imagine the equivalent, right, to egg producer? If we started calling men sperm producers, or we started calling men erection havers, could you imagine the outrage from men? But it shows you too, like, the minute men felt threatened with the whole Bud Light thing, Bud Light essentially lost $27 billion overnight. But their next commercial, which shows you how money moves a lot of this stuff, their next commercial was a big burly man on a motorcycle with a camo can. Like, they're not following red or blue, they're following green. But it shows you too, like, we talk a lot, especially in this space that I've kind of been involved in, of the physical differences between men and women. But I think how the whole language scene, how I portray it, is we see the innate characteristic differences between men and women, because the same assertive, dominant men who have always and will always be men are the same men claiming to be women, demanding the language that we use. And the same apologetic, emotionally driven, empathetic women who have been and will always be women, when they enter into a man's space, they're not demanding anything, because again, they're the same women they always have been, and it shows the differences that we possess within our characteristics almost innately.
Without a doubt. And it's such an important point to point out, because this is the problem that a lot of feminists are having, where these biological males are calling themselves women and entering into these women's spaces and then dominating the way men dominate things.
Right.
And behaving the way men behave.
Of course.
And it's, unfortunately, a lot of it is supported by a lot of these older liberal women. which is really strange.
We
It's like they can't see, like, this is you. This is your group. For being virtuous, for the sake of, like, signaling to the tribe that you're willing to be a fucking loon and buy into this where it makes no sense whatsoever. It's a tribal thing. It's a cult thing.
I testified in Congress last month or whenever it was about the importance of, or I guess really urging the Biden administration to halt with their illegal administrative rewrite of Title IX. I testified before Congress and the Senate many times, and so, which it's unfathomable to me that a 23-year-old, recent college graduate, college swimmer at that, has to go to D.C. to sit in front of our members of Congress, again, the beating heart of the American Republic, and explain to them that men and women are different. And then to be on the other side of that table and watch as they have these super confused looks on their faces. And so I'm there testifying. One of the Democrat witnesses, I forget her name, but she was the president of the National Women's Law Center. In her testimony, she says that women should just learn how to lose more gracefully. I'm like, did you really just say that? And you're the president of the National Women's Law Center. What a disgrace you are.
What a crazy thing.
And it was hilarious because Representative Lee, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, she was the ranking member. It was supposed to be, I believe, Katie Porter, who didn't show up. But anyways, ranking member Lee, she starts reading her opening monologue. The first words that come out of her mouth, and she says, "I can't believe that I'm forced to sit here and listen to this transphobic bigotry." And really, I felt so sad when I heard that, because again, a sitting member of Congress, and she resorts to name calling, not dissuading from my side with facts or logic or reasoning or common sense or science. What happened to follow the science, right? Name calling. And so it's my turn to read my testimony. And I read it, I finish it, and I didn't even mean to say this, but it just kind of came out of my mouth. And I looked at her and I said, "Representative Lee, if my opening testimony makes me transphobic, then understand, by your own logic, your opening monologue makes you a misogynist," which, as you can imagine, sent the hearing into a tailspin. I don't think she has ever actually heard this word misogynist accurately used in a sentence, because about 60 seconds later, after her staff ran over to her and showed her the definition, about 60 seconds later, she raises her hand and she says, "I want her words removed from the record on the grounds of engaging in personalities," is what she said, which Marjorie Taylor Greene was in that hearing. And so she buzzes in and she says, "I would call a man posing as a woman someone who's engaging in personalities." And then it's like, really like, I'm like, oh gosh, what have I done?
No, it's a Jerry Springer show.
Totally. I'm like, oh gosh, people are about to start jumping over like tables. But anyways, let it be known, congressional record still stands. There was no grounds to remove my words. She is in fact still listed as a misogynist. Her Wikipedia page even says it, because someone sent it to me the other day, which I think is hilarious. But anyways, all that to show, they hate when their own intersectional language is used against them. And my thinking behind that, right? Like, if being pro-woman, because that's my stance, it's pro-reality, pro-fairness, pro-truth, pro-common sense, pro-woman.
Right.
If being pro-woman is seen as anti-trans, then wouldn't being seen as being pro-trans inherently be anti-woman? Then what do we call someone who's anti-woman?
A misogynist.
We call them a misogynist.
Yeah. It's just, it's so strange that the language has been twisted so far that just saying what you were saying about protecting women's sports, this person, their first response is to call it bigoted transphobia. It's so strange. Like, if you don't agree with me, you're Hitler. It's that far off.
It is. It is. The names I've been called, right? Everything under the sun. Transphobic, homophobic, racist, white supremacist, domestic terrorist, fascist, the list goes on. Which, again, it makes those words lose their meaning. Like, being a racist is a terrible thing, but you're going to call me a racist for saying that women deserve equal opportunities?